Test, 1, 2, 3, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Test. Test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, 1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2, test, 1, 3, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. ¿Me prendes? Test one, test one. Oh, sí, sí se oye. Yeah. Testing microphone. Audio check. Good afternoon. Test, test, test. Testing one. Good evening. We'll be starting here at 5 p.m. Testing one. Audio check. Syllabus. Testing one. Audio check. Testing one. That's a little louder now. Thank you. That works. Good evening. Test one. How does it sound? Yeah, and you're at mid volume? Yeah. So at mid volume, this is good volume for you at home? Yeah. So it'll take 20 seconds for it to come. ¿Verdad? Are you sure this is... It's not this one?
Se me dijo que el verde, ¿no?
Okay, Hector. I'm going to switch to a blue screen here. And we've made a slight adjustment on the level of volume. You're at halfway on your computer, full on YouTube. Yeah, because it's going to take a while to get... So when it switches to blue screen...
You have the volume set in the mid, because that's where it should be. YouTube, I have it on full. Oh, okay.
So that's why I tell them just to
Stay mid.
stay mid.
Testing audio. Testing the remote participant volume. Testing audio for Zoom remote participant. Testing audio for the Zoom remote participant. Good afternoon. Welcome. It's April 25th. We're about to start.
Le subes un poco más sobre. Le subes un poco.
Testing the audio. Remote participant audio.
Good afternoon, Mr. Krieger. Are you there? Good afternoon, Mr. Krieger. Would you be so kind as to unmute your microphone so we can check your audio levels?
I am here, and thank you for unmuting me. I was frozen out of that for a moment.
No problem. You're coming in loud and clear. I appreciate it. So you can resume muting if you'd like. And unfortunately, we do not have a video feed, but we will be able to hear you here in the boardroom.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Hold tight. We'll be starting promptly at 5 p.m. Is she still here? Yeah. Just ask her. Did you ask her name? Just ask her. Say, hey, you know what? We've got lots of people who are taking photos. What are we taking photos for? You want me? Hola, Miss Murillo. How's it going?
How are you guys? Better?
We're good.
From Gadsden?
See you, ¿verdad? Last time I was.
I forgot my tablet, but it didn't work. The password thingy didn't work. So unless I just...
You have a technician.
I'm gonna keep my person here. I'm gonna...
No worries.
But I'm trying to... Did that list work for you?
I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Eventually.
But I'll look. Okay.
I'll be there.
Well, we have her picture and her name.
Yeah. That was so funny.
I wonder if she's not a. Because like Bruce Beach has a bunch of kids here that are getting recognized for music.
And he's also person.
I was in Puerto Vallarta. Sí, cuando hablaba, oía en español. ¿Sí?
How's it going, Laura?
Mr. Lira.
Mr. Lira, how you doing? Hey, can we get your photo? Yes. You might, yeah?
With them or?
Yeah, Mr. Yeah. Yeah, meet me over here. What? The De La Rosas are here. What are you guys doing? How's it going? What's up? Hey, what's up? How's it going? Hey, Mr. Lira's here. Will you grab his photo?
I don't think Merida wants him.
Why?
I asked her something.
No, pues ya le pregunté. Tómaselo de los mejores. At least it's got a collar. At least it's got a collar. Good evening. If I could have everybody's attention for just one moment, good evening. We'll be starting at 5 o'clock promptly. Welcome. But if you're going to be presenting or speaking to the board, could I meet with you just briefly in the back over here, just so we can go over how to use our microphones? So is anybody going to be presenting, talking with the board? Yeah, just meet me back in the back corner. Thank you.
Like if you have the exact date. I don't have anything from you guys. It was on the.
Same thing. Yeah.
what's happening. No, because I'm telling you. That
He's out there, he's there.
Oye, está medio.
¿Dónde está? We're ready? Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us this evening. Prior to me formally calling the meeting to order, I would like to remind the audience that if you would like to address the board this evening, there are some yellow forms outside the circular table. Please fill those out and turn them in to our administrative assistant, Mary Lou Delgado. If we run out of the forms, because I think there's just two, please go ahead and come to Ms. Delgado and she'll give you a yellow form, okay, so that you can address the board this evening. With that being said, I now call this Gadsden Independent School District Regular School Board meeting to order. Today, Thursday, April 25th, at the time is 5:01 p.m. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Mr. Castillo,
Present.
Ms. Flores,
Present.
Mr. Lira,
Present.
Ms. Murillo,
Present.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Present.
Madam President, we have established quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the New Mexico flag. Vice President Rodriguez, can you please read our mission statement?
The Gadsden Independent School District will provide diverse educational opportunities that empower students to be successful in an ever-changing world. El Distrito Escolar Independiente de Gadsden brindará diversas oportunidades educativas que capacitarán a los estudiantes para tener éxito en un mundo cambiante.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3 on our agenda, Superintendent Dempsey's district updates and recognition. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, thank you for joining us this evening. The first item we have tonight is the Santa Teresa Charitable Foundation Honors Program. Mr. Pacheco, would you have your team come up? While Mr. Pacheco is bringing up his team, I just want everyone to I think the board all knows this, but we've forged such a great partnership with the ST Charitable Foundation, and they've just always been there to support us. Real partners in education. We appreciate everything that they do for us. Thank you, Mr. Pacheco.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, about 24 years ago, I met a principal named Gene Sutmiller at Sunland Park Elementary, and at that time, we were developing the Santa Teresa Industrial Base, and it was very vexing because I saw the industrial base as kind of an island unto itself and not really contributing to the community in a civic way. So I went to Gene and I said, let's do something. He says, well, let's do something. And we came up with the idea of an honors program. That was 24 years ago. We had our first banquet. I think we spent $300 on the kids. And we think that the honors program is a way to reward kids for overachieving. But the other thing that we saw the honors program is doing was that the siblings of the kids that were receiving the honors, they themselves would want to participate and get good grades and not miss class. So we've gone from a couple of $100, and we're here tonight to present a check. We've gone to $18,000 for your program. So no pun intended, but we're honored to present this check to you.
Mr. Pacheco, is that a general donation, or is that to an individual school? I just want to make sure we get that
No,
accurate.
there's several schools. We started with one school, added another one. I remember Mr. Arajo, we used to participate in your school, and now we have several throughout the district. Our goal is to keep raising money till we can support the honors programs in every school in the district.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We'd love to get a picture with you.
Thank you.
And just a warning, board members, we have a lot of recognitions this evening, so if you choose to just stand up, you can. Thank you for that. Our next item is the NMSBA Excellence in Student Achievement Award recognition, and I got a little statement I wanted to read. Recognition of New Mexico School Boards Association Student Achievement Awards. We're pleased to extend our heartfelt appreciation and recognition to these recipients for their exceptional contributions to the success of GISD students. Their unwavering commitment and efforts have significantly enriched the educational experience of our students. Through their dedication, these stakeholders have played a pivotal role in ensuring that our students are provided with ample opportunities to thrive and develop. Their tireless efforts resonate deeply with our commitment to fostering a supportive and enriching environment for all students. We extend our sincerest gratitude for these outstanding service and dedication to the success of our Gadsden students. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. Gotta find the list. Okay. Good. Okay. If you're not aware, this really is an opportunity for the school board and in fact, individuals within the district to recognize these individuals. And so some of these come directly from their peers, and some come directly from the school board. And so our first recipient tonight is a staff member, Mr. Bruce Beach. Mr. Beach, you have to stay here because we're going to want a picture with everybody, so, okay. Our next individual is a community member. That's Miss Daisy Lita. Our next individual, who unfortunately wasn't going to be able to be with us this evening, but plays a pivotal role in a lot of things we do, both locally and at a state level, and that's Ray Lara. Our next individual is a former administrator within our district, and that's Miss Mary Ann Clark. Okay, our next individual is a current administrator that probably worked a really long day today, and that's Miss Kathy Williams. And then our final individual is Miss Gianni Vegas. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, we have two more. I apologize, we have two more. Our next is a staff member, and that's Sydney Payan. And then finally, Miss Medea Mesa. Okay, next we have the recognition of our Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipients, and Ms. Parks is going to help us with this item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. It is my honor this evening to help introduce our Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipients. The Gadsden Foundation has been in existence since 1998, and as you may know, it is completely contributed to by the Gadsden employees. We've been able to provide 11 scholarships to GISD seniors every year. And so to start us off, we're going to have a combination of counselors and administrators to introduce each recipient. Recipients, as you come up, can you please stay up here so that we can get a picture? We'll start with Ms. Liliana de la Garza to introduce Alta Vista students.
Good evening, Madam President Flores, school board members, Superintendent Dempsey, and guests. My name is Liliana de la Garza, and I'm the principal at Alta Vista Early College High School. It is my pleasure to recognize the following recipients for the Gadsden Foundation Scholarship on behalf of Mrs. Catherine Angel, who was unable to join us as she is attending a counselors conference in Austin, Texas. Our first recipient is Jasmine Cordova. Jasmine is a gifted, strong, confident young lady. She has excelled at Alta Vista, ranking number 3 in her class with a 4.3 GPA. Although Jasmine earned many scholarships, she has chosen to attend the University of New Mexico, where she was offered the UNM National Hispanic Scholarship. She will be pursuing a degree in biology and then attend medical school at UNM, where she hopes to become a surgeon. She will be eligible for the New Mexico lottery in the spring of 2025, provided she maintains the qualifying term requirements the fall 2024 semester. Her total scholarship is $119,022, which includes the New Mexico lottery and opportunity scholarship. While at Alta Vista, Jasmine was an active member in Business Professionals of America. She competed at the state and national level. Jasmine has a passion for crochet where you can catch her work at the local farmer's market. She's a born go-getter with an enormous heart for animals. Jasmine will be graduating with her Associates of Science in May. Her mother is Crystal Holguin. She has one sister, Michelle Cordova, a 9th grader at Alta Vista, and a brother, Andrew Cordova, at Gadsden Middle School. We wish Jasmine luck in her future endeavors and successes. Jasmine Cordova. Our second recipient is David Martinez Castro. David is a strong, mature individual with a strong sense of purpose and drive. He will be pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering at New Mexico State University. He is currently ranked number 1 with a GPA of 4.47. David earned the competitive Daniels Scholarship, which will cover 100% cost of attendance at NMSU. David has been offered the Jack Betty Scholarship and the Hadley Honor Scholarship at NMSU, along with many offers from other universities. He will be eligible for the New Mexico lottery in the spring of 2025, provided he maintains the qualifying term requirements during the fall of 2024 semester. His total in scholarships is $302,522, which includes the New Mexico lottery and the opportunity. David has been an active member of Business Professionals of America and competed at the state and national levels in news broadcasting. He is an active volunteer at his church. He will be receiving his Associates of Science degree in May. His parents are Veronica Castro and David Martinez. He has 2 brothers, Dylan Martinez at Anthony Elementary and Daniel Martinez at Gadsden Middle School. We wish David luck in his future endeavors and successes. David Martinez Castro.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Desert Pride Academy, and Ms. Patricia Almeida, the counselor there, will introduce her students.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. I am Ms. Almeida, counselor at Desert Pride Academy. I would like to introduce Roman Perez, one of the foundation recipients. Roman moved to New Mexico with his mother from San Diego, California. He said it was a difficult transition at the beginning, but eventually adapted to his new community. Since he was in elementary school, his mother, Mrs. Perez, worked in the healthcare industry. Now Roman would like to attend NMSU and follow in her footsteps. Roman would like to give back to his community by giving them the best health care possible. He would like to reach out to the homeless and the underserved and inform them of the health care resources that are available to them. Roman is extremely excited to attend college and start his higher education in the healthcare profession. Congratulations, Roman Perez. The next recipient, I would like to introduce Robert Boras from Desert Pride Academy. Robert is originally from Phoenix, and his aunt and uncle brought him and his younger siblings to New Mexico to live with them after Robert's mother passed away. Robert would like to attend DACC to major in culinary classes because he would like to learn skills in cooking so he can work and become financially independent. He would like to reach this goal to give back to his loved ones, especially his aunt and uncle, because they have helped him out a great deal. Robert knows his mom would be proud of him graduating in May and receiving the scholarship, which would help him reach his goals. Both recipients, Robert and Roman, are so grateful and thankful to Desert Pride Academy and Mrs. Ludwig especially for all the support that they both receive, and to the Gadsden Foundation for the scholarship that will help them in their future endeavors so that one day they will be able to give back to their community. Congratulations, Robert Boras.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Martha Piedra from Chaparral High School.
Good evening. My name is Martha Piedra, and I'm a counselor at Chaparral High School. Our first recipient is Ethan Flores. He's currently ranked in the top 15% of his senior class at Chaparral High School, and he is currently the president of the Technology Student Association, section leader in percussion, and participates in the school golf team. He plans on attending New Mexico State University to major in criminal justice and pursue a law degree. Ethan Flores. Our next recipient is Adrian Quintero. He is currently ranked in the top 10 of his class, and he holds several leadership positions as president of the Technical Honor Society, captain of the varsity basketball and soccer teams. He plans on attending New Mexico State University to major in data science, media production, and he would like to continue creating videos to continue to refine his skills in editing and storytelling. His biggest ambition is to amass enough wealth to help others. Adrian Quintero. And our next recipient is Ashley Vigil. She is currently ranked in the top 5% of her class as a senior at Chaparral High School, maintaining a 4.2 GPA. She holds an officer position as treasurer for both the class of 2024 and the National Honor Society. She is also a member of the Technology Student Association and recently won second place in the State Forensic Science competition. She plans on attending New Mexico State University to major in animal science before attending veterinary school. Ashley Vigil. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have our lead counselor from Gadsden High School, Ms. Mary Lou Mendoza.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Dempsey, and members of the board. My name is Mary Lou Mendoza, lead counselor at Gadsden High School, and it is my pleasure to introduce the 2024 Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipients from Gadsden High School. First is Leonel Alvarez. Seventeen-year-old Leonel is the son of Gerardo and Ana Alvarez from Anthony, New Mexico. Leonel has a current transcript GPA of a 4.0 and is currently ranked number 5 in his graduating class. He is a member of the National Honor Society and the National Technical Honor Society. Leonel will be attending New Mexico State University, where he will study electrical engineering. He was awarded the Hadley Scholarship from NMSU in the amount of $4,000 per academic year. His future goal is to work as an engineer with the El Paso Electric Company. Leonel would like to thank his family, who immigrated from Michoacán, Mexico, and have worked hard to pursue their dreams of a better life in the United States. Leonel Alvarez. Second is Leah Chavez. Leah is the daughter of Amy Valtierra and Saul Chavez from Chamberino, New Mexico. Leah has a current transcript GPA of a 3.95 and is currently ranked number 8 in her graduating class. Leah is a member of the National Honor Society, captain of the girls' basketball team, and a member of the athletic training team from GHS that just earned second place at the state competition in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Leah is a member of Enlace and was recently selected to participate as a staff member in the National Hispanic Institute's Collegiate World Series in Denver, Colorado. Leah is also the senior representative from Gadsden High School for the district leadership meetings. Leah will be attending New Mexico State University, where she will study kinesiology. Her goal is to one day become a doctor of physical therapy. She was awarded the Hadley Scholarship from NMSU in the amount of $4,000 per academic year. Leah would like to thank her family for their continued support of her education and to her friends for making her years at high school memorable. Lastly, Leah would like to thank her late uncle, who she knows is here in spirit, for always pushing her to be the best. Leah. Our third recipient is Kimberly Nevares. Kimberly is the daughter of Norma Nevares from Mesquite, New Mexico. Kimberly has a current transcript GPA of a 4.280 and is currently ranked number 2 in her graduating class. Kimberly is the senior class vice president, a member of the National Honor Society, Student Council, track, the girls' basketball team, FCCLA, and the athletic training team that just earned second place at the state competition. Kimberly recently won first place in the job interview category for the FCCLA's state competition. This past August, Kimberly received the National Hispanic Recognition Award and the National Small Rural Town Award from the College Board. In 2023, she was recognized as the most promising leader for the National Hispanic Institute and has been invited to return as a junior counselor for the Lorenzo de Zavala Youth Legislative Session that will be held in Albuquerque. Kimberly has committed to attend the University of New Mexico, where she will study mechanical engineering. She was awarded the Woodward Scholarship in amount of $4,000 per academic year and the National Hispanic Scholarship in the amount of approximately $60,000 over a 4-year period. Kimberly's future goal is to become a doctor in biomedical engineering to assist in cancer research in hopes of one day finding a cure. Kimberly would like to thank her mom, who as a single parent has worked hard to set a great example. Kimberly Nevares.
And finally, we have our counselor from Santa Teresa High School, Ms. Melissa Cobos.
Good afternoon, Madam Flores, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. The following is Santa Teresa High School Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipient is the daughter of Paul Thompson and Iskra Garcia. This student is part of the Student Council and National Honor Society. In addition, she participates in team sports, where she assists with the scorebook, scoreboard, and picking up tickets for the athletic events. She also volunteers at her church, serving food during special events. This young lady has also received the National Hispanic Recognition Award through College Board. She currently has a GPA of 4.24. She will be attending New Mexico State University, where she will be majoring in nursing. It gives me great honor to present Mia Thompson as one of our Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipients. The following Santa Teresa High School Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipient is a daughter of Paul Duval and Vasiliki Kirimis. This young lady is very proud of her mom's Greek nationality and enjoys the Greek cuisine and traditions. The student is part of the Student Council, National Honor Society, and is a captain of the tennis team. She recently won a gold medal in the Skills USA Career Pathways, Business and Technology, and for the second time, she has won a silver medal for the Skills USA Architectural Drafting. She has also been part of the New Mexico Governor's STEM Challenge and Samsung Solve for Tomorrow for New Mexico. In addition, she assists the students in the AP Computer Science Principles class. She currently has a GPA of 4.32. She plans to continue her education at the University of New Mexico, where she will major in architecture. It gives me great honor to present Anna Duval as one of our Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipients. Unfortunately, she is not able to be present today as she is at a tennis tournament at Chaparral. Let me get the last one. I apologize. The next Santa Teresa High School Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipient is a daughter of Jose and Maria Garcia. This student has been part of the junior and senior class, as well as a varsity soccer, track, and tennis team. She is also part of the Student Council, National Honor Society, and the Student Athletic Leadership Council. She recently won a bronze medal for the architectural engineering in the New Mexico Skills USA Conference. She has made the honor roll every school year and currently has a GPA of 4.32. She will be attending New Mexico State University, where she will major in civil engineering. It gives me great honor to present Jimena Garcia as one of our Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipients. Unfortunately, she's not present today, as she is also at a tennis tournament in Chaparral High School. Thank you.
That concludes our recipients, but Jasmine Cordova was able to make it. If everyone could give her a hand, wave Jasmine. Congratulations. Congratulations, students. If you would stay for a quick picture, and then you are free to go after that. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Thank you all for that. The next item we have is recognition of fine arts groups, Allstate, and Mr. Beach is going to help us with this item.
Good evening, Board President Flores, members of the school board, Superintendent Dempsey. It's my pleasure to recognize some of our fine arts students this evening in their great work. First, the members of the Warrior Theater from Santa Teresa High School in February. They attended the Drama Festival at Eastern New Mexico University and performed the play Tracks. Because of their performance, they were awarded Best Set Design, and two of their members, Jacqueline Perez and Angel Vitas, were offered a $2,000 scholarship to attend Eastern. Angel plans to attend Eastern in the fall to study playwriting. Their instructor is Mr. Richard Martinez, and they are not able to be here this evening. Second, I would like to recognize three of our band programs. The Gadsden Middle, Chaparral High, and Santa Teresa High bands competed last week at the New Mexico Activities Association State Concert Band Contest in Albuquerque. Gadsden Middle School Band placed 8th out of 15 of the middle school bands. Their director is Mr. John Scanlon, and they could not be here tonight either. Chaparral High School Band placed 4th of the 5A bands. Very pleased with the progress of the Chaparral Band. Their director is Mr. Eric Short. And for the second year in a row, the Santa Teresa High School Band placed 1st out of the 4A bands and were named state champions. The band is represented tonight by graduating seniors Jaime Godinez, Javier Murillo, and their director is Mr. Danny Allen. Congratulations on these fine performances.
Okay, next we have our national qualifiers CTE. And I believe we are starting with Alta Vista Early College High School. So Ms. De La Garza.
Madam President Flores, school board members, Superintendent Dempsey, it is my pleasure to introduce our BPA team on behalf of Mrs. Candace Brenniger, who unfortunately was unable to join us due to a prior engagement. We had 17 students compete at the BPA State Leadership Conference in Albuquerque, February 14th through the 16th. 11 of the students placed first in one or more events, and 7 students placed second in at least one event. We are extremely proud to announce that one of our students was elected as the state BPA president. which has opened lots of doors for this young lady. This summer, she will attend the leadership training at Eastern New Mexico University. In the fall, she will host a leadership workshop, and in the spring semester, she will be visiting the New Mexico legislatures in Santa Fe to promote BPA and other CTSOs. Let me introduce to you the New Mexico State BPA President for the 2024-2025 school year, Junior Alexa Chavez.
Thank you, Madam President, school board members, and Superintendent Mr. Dempsey. In February, when I gave my campaign speech at the BPA State University Conference in Albuquerque, I told the story of how just 7 years ago, I came to the U.S. and could not speak English. I made a comparison between America and Business Professionals of America, because both have given me enormous opportunities. I feel blessed to be in the Gadsden district. I have had amazing mentors, and the district support of the CTSOs like BPA ensure that students like me will continue to have the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to succeed. Thank you for your continuous support. Now, let me introduce to you our 2024 State New Mexico National Qualifiers. Next slide, please. Thank you. Winner, first place, Broadcast News Production, were Junior Severa Gonzalez, Alejandro Garcia Torres Day, Christopher Hernandez, and Ariadne Rendor. Severa also placed second in Presentation Individual, and Ariadne placed second in Entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. Junior Kaylan Paz placed first in Economic Research Individual. Kaylan also placed third in Broadcast News Productions, along with myself, Briarna Hernandez, and Cosby Morales. Next slide, please. Senior Matthew Ochoa, Adrian Maldonado, and Danny Webb placed first in Video Production. Next slide, please. Other students who placed first and could not join us today include Brianna Hernandez, who placed first in Digital Media Production, Junior Jocelyn Cervantes placed first in Health Research Presentation, and Jasmine Munoz, who placed first in both Human Resources Management and Meeting Event Planning Concept. Next slide, please. And finally, Senior Gabriel Marrufo and Junior Jasmine Munoz, Jocelyn Cervantes, and Yamilet Hernandez placed second in Visual Design. Gabriel also placed third in Graphic Design Promotion. These students are headed to BPA in Chicago. I know they will do great to represent Alta Vista Early College High School and the Gadsden District. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, picture by school, these the qualifiers.
Okay, next I believe we have Miss Lopez with Chaparral High? Yeah?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. My name is Laura Smith, and I am the Assistant Principal at Chaparral High School. and I'm here to introduce our national qualifiers from Chaparral High School. So a couple of weeks ago, our Technology Students of America, TSA, participated in the state competition. Our sponsors are Mr. Ron Richmond and Mr. Eduardo Ornelas. Placing first in structural design is Fernando Mendoza and Christine Hernandez. Another first place in forensic science is Litzy Ogaz and Leslie Argumedo. Placing second in forensic science, Ashley Vigil and Leslie Vargas. And finally, placing second in geospatial engineering, Diana Rosales, Leslie Argumedo, and Litzy Ogaz. Congratulations to our Chaparral High School students.
No, he said. Mr. Snowdy, I don't know who we have next. Okay, Gadsden High School, Ms. Legreta.
Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey, we will have Ms. Victoria Perry, our assistant principal, help us with this item.
Thank you, Ms. Legarreta. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you to introduce 4 exceptional educators from Gadsden High School. These individuals embody dedication, passion, and an unwavering commitment to our student success. Allow me to introduce Mr. Anthony Sapien, Ms. Amanda Holguin, who serve as sponsors for FCCLA. Ms. Isela Ramos, the sponsor of the DECA program, and Ms. Lorena Valdez, who leads the Educator Rising program. Each of them will provide insights to their respective programs and highlight the remarkable achievements of our students with their guidance. Together, they represent the essence of our school's commitment to fostering excellence and nurturing the talents of our young leaders. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. My name is Amanda Holguin, and I'm here with my co-advisor, Mr. Anthony Sapien, and we are proud to represent the FCCLA chapter at Gadsden High School. This year, Gadsden chapter of FCCLA traveled with 11 members to Albuquerque, New Mexico for their state leadership conference. Our chapter represented the district well and was recognized for the following. Chapter of Distinction, we received gold level showcasing excellence in government, finance, and leadership. We received the Spirited Award for being the third highest increase of membership affiliation this year in the state. And our member, Danny Ramirez, ran for an executive council position, a first for our chapter. This year, 4 members have qualified to compete at the national level. We have 2-time qualifier, Sarai Melendres. Sarai competed in baking and pastry and received first place and a gold medal. She also received a $2,000 scholarship to the Culinary Institute of America. Next, we have Ms. Desiree Dominguez Piñon. She competed in culinary arts and also received first place and a gold medal, as well as a $2,000 scholarship to the Culinary Institute of America. We also have Ms. Kimberly Nevares. Who participated in job interview and in her category received first place and a gold medal. Lastly, we have Ms. Delilah Montenegro. Who also received second place in job interview and receiving a silver medal. This year, they will be competing in Seattle, Washington at the National Leadership Conference.
Good evening, Madam President, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. My name is Isela Ramos, and I am the marketing teacher at Gadsden High School. I am proud to introduce the DECA State finalists. These students have worked diligently all year and earned their way to DECA's international competition in Anaheim, California. Before I begin, I would like to also thank the district as well as Ms. Legareta for the continued support of the marketing program. So now, in the first event, we have the Andrea Lozoya. She is a 12th grader. She has been in DECA for 4 years. And I think it's important to say that she joined DECA when we were online, okay? When we were online at school, you know, when we were doing our online stuff. And so she joined as a freshman, and that was amazing, and she obviously stuck with it. Aida Rosales, also 12th grade, and she's been in DECA 1 year. And then we have David Alvarado, also a 12th grader, and he's been in DECA for 1 year. So these 3 students competed in the event of marketing campaign service, and this was extra special this year because the competition that they entered was actually the Gadsden Independent School District and KTSM marketing campaign that all my students actually worked on, the other students as well, because it was a class project along with Chaparral's audio-visual production team, and they were able to present this and get second place, and they're on their way to nationals, so that's this team. Next, in the event of hospitality and tourism professional selling, we have Jorge Ramirez, also 12th grade. And he's been in DECA 2 years, and he's also a second-time qualifier. So this is a second time going to nationals. And our last event is financial consulting. We have Natalie Moreno. She's also a 12th grader and has also been in DECA for 2 years as well. And she's also a state representative for the Evolvement Campaign, so she's actually going to be talking to you a little bit about that. That's a community service project that we do for DECA, and she's one of our state representatives over there, so she will talk to you in a little bit about that. So thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. My name is Lorena Valdez, and I am the Educator Rising sponsor at Gadsden High School. This year, for our state competition, we took 8 students, and 2 of them have qualified for nationals, which will be in Washington, D.C. this year. This is one of the quotes that we really look at the beginning of the year and throughout the whole school year, that every student and every child deserves a champion. And for many of the students in our district, that is their teacher. We want to give a huge thank you to Ms. Guerrero, who did take personal time off to be a judge at the event as well. And throughout the days that we were there, she did give our students a lot of advice. Our first student who qualified for nationals, next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Educators Rising is actually fairly new to New Mexico. The late Karen Trujillo is the forerunner who brought it to our state. The whole purpose is to grow our own teachers and to promote any careers in the field of education. Sherlyn Santos is our national qualifier for an Educators Rising moment. It was a 4-minute speech in which she explained the moment she decided to become a teacher. Our next national qualifier is Jasmine Sigala. She placed first for a completely original work over recycling. This was K through 3rd literature. She created her own illustrations and she created her own writing as well. Apart from being first place, she also earned a $500 scholarship to an MSU. Thank you.
Now we have Santa Teresa High School. Ms. Suggs, please.
Good evening, Madam President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, and guests. Mrs. Suggs had to step out of the meeting. She's dealing with an issue that just arose. My name is Aida Genser. I'm one of the assistant principals at Santa Teresa High School, and I oversee the CTE department. It is my pleasure to introduce to you 3 of our teachers who have worked tirelessly this year to ensure that several of our students make it to state competition and several become national qualifiers. Please welcome Mrs. Maria Gonzalez, teacher, cadet teacher, and Educators Rising Advisor. Please also welcome Mr. Sam Soria, computer graphics teacher, BPA sponsor, and co-sponsor of TSA. And lastly, Mr. Javier Rincon, architectural drafting teacher and Skills USA advisor.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the school board, and Superintendent Dempsey. My name is Maria Gonzalez. I am the sponsor for Educators Rising at Santa Teresa High School, and I'm here to present the national qualifier. Her name is Sofia Garcia. She placed second at state for her competition, which was exploring non-core subject in education careers. She had to shadow a teacher on 8 different occasions and present research and present the information at state. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here due to a prior commitment, but she, we know she worked really hard, and so we just wanted to present that. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Soria. I am the sponsor for TSA this year for Santa Teresa High School. The first group that I have here, they competed at TSA this April, on April 12th and 13th, and they won first place in music production. We had Jeremy Lapman, Abraham Nunez, and Daniel Rubio. We also have Caitlin Bristol Salas. She's our state representative for TSA. She's our vice president for TSA, but she also got second place in prepared speech. But she'd like to say something.
Good afternoon, board members. I am the current state vice president of TSA, Technological Student Association, and I am proud to be introducing Santa Teresa High School today. We have some incredible individuals who have worked super hard to earn their medals and go on to compete in nationals. And this year, our theme was Change Starts With Me, and I truly think that these individuals have demonstrated what it means to be a change in not only their own lives, but also those around them. And in the future, I hope to continue to have more support and funding from our district. Thank you for having us.
Hi, good evening. Sorry.
All right, sorry, I took
Okay, this next item is Evolvement Tobacco Awareness Campaign, and I think we have a couple individuals that are going to present. Is it Natalie Moreno? Whatever.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam President, and Superintendent Mr. Dempsey. I'm Natalie Moreno. I am a senior from Gadsden High School, and I am honored here. I'm honored to be here today as a proud member of the Evolvement's leadership team. As you may or may not know, Evolvement is a youth-led movement dedicated to reducing the harmful and addictive use of tobacco. Our mission is clear. We want to create healthier school environments and put an end to the alarming trend of vaping among our youth. One of the key parts to help achieve This is the 24/7 campaign led by Sam, which aims to advocate for truly comprehensive tobacco-free school policies. These policies would prohibit tobacco use, possession, distribution by anyone, anywhere, anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And at Gadsden High School, we've been working towards becoming 100% tobacco-free. This year, I had the privilege to meet with Superintendent Mr. Dempsey and my principal, Ms. Legareta, where I discussed with both about the new and improved PED rule, which I'll get into more details in a moment. We also talked about the patterns and trends we've noticed upon vaping, and went over about the data that me and some evolving members had collected over the past school year to gain insight into what our students and staff and visitors see on school grounds regarding tobacco use and vape use. After my meeting with Superintendent Mr. President, it seems that the district is following the New Mexico Board Association's guidance on policy updates. However, with the recent approval of the new and improved rule by the New Mexico Public Education Department, where it requires all schools to adopt a comprehensive tobacco policy, it's crucial that we renew our commitment to the health and well-being of our students and staff by updating our tobacco policy to meet these standards. Having said that, I'm glad to say that on November 7th, myself and 10 other evolvers had the opportunity to advocate for this new rule directly to the PED. Our efforts were met with support. We are commended for our dedication to this cause. Now it's time for our districts to follow suit, which is why I wanted to come today to this board meeting to follow up and see what we can do to continue to help before I graduate this year. Now, we have analyzed the current district policy. In order to have a comprehensive policy, the following updates are required. That first, the policy must read that the use, distribution, and possession is prohibited at all times in the sections for staff, students, and visitors. Overall, the main part is we want to emphasize this as at all times. Next, the school policy must specify that schools will provide referrals to resources to help our students and staff overcome addiction if they may have an addiction, and requires progressive and supportive discipline measure for students and staff. We have examples in our 24/7 toolkit where it offers advice to our schools' principals at no cost. And finally, each school district policy shall prohibit the promotion of all tobacco and nicotine products on the school property or in school event or school-sponsored events. And now, as a partner and a resource to GISD, we offer help to update our tobacco policy to be completely comprehensive, to be in compliance with the new state rule. In this process, the 24/7 campaign has great ways to support your schools. The new PED rule requires to supply their schools with proper signage, and the 24/7 can be able to provide that for you with bilingual tobacco-free signs, the 24/7 toolkit, and faculty training resources to all schools in your district at no cost. And I do have a couple of examples of that I would like to pass out at the end. As of now, that concludes the important information. As a proud youth advocate for tobacco prevention, I am motivated by my two younger sisters, Sophia and Priscilla, who have inspired me to be the best version of myself. I want to ensure that they and all students in New Mexico and here at our GISD district to grow up in a healthy, tobacco-free school environment which is why I urge members of the board to prioritize the health and well-being of our students and staff by meeting the PED standards. Together, we can create a brighter and healthy school environments for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration. Do you guys have any questions? No? Thank you
Questions
so
come? I actually have a question, maybe more towards Mr. Dempsey, but feel free to answer. I know that in the time that I've been here as a board member, this has been a presentation before. What is stopping us from adopting this? And like she said, that it's now a New Mexico PED requirement and that this program provides us with comprehensive tobacco policy.
Madam President, board members, probably the struggle has been, we reviewed the policy together, and what I think the route that needs to be is that those individuals, and I think a couple of you might be on like the NMSBA committees that recommend policy. If we could get that done there, in essence, you're really making a state level change. And right now, that's not reflected in our policy service. So the problem is, we utilize the policy service so that if statutes are changed, they're responsible for adjusting them. If we change those locally, we're going to be responsible for that change locally. So my encouragement would be, let's try to get Mr. Guillen to join in on that, and you'd really then make a state level change. And I can't see any superintendent or school board arguing with what's being presented here. I actually think it makes a bigger statement by leveraging the state, the NMSBA committees.
So I guess I would ask us as board members if we can work on a resolution and have it ready probably August, September, because those meetings are usually in October. Yes. And if I know, are you a senior?
Yes.
Okay, she's a senior, but would it be wrong, would it be appropriate like that, who currently sits on the resolution? Is it you? And maybe, I don't know, if now that you'll be 18, she maybe can travel and she can present it and make your argument towards the other. That would be awesome. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I would be glad to do that.
Madam President, I know that a couple of times what they wanted, whoever was presenting wanted us to approve their policy as verbatim, you know, and that's where we also have to be careful, right?
Okay.
And to Mr. Dempsey's point, I think if we bring it up to Mr. Guillen, to the state board, because again, in the several ones that I've been at, they want, you know, here, this clause, and I don't know that we want to go that route. Not that it's wrong, but, you know, we think.
Mrs. Murillo.
You guys know that I'm a big advocate for students, especially when they come and take the time to do all this, and I commend you. I think it's amazing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Would it be possible, because I know the next conference that is coming up is a law conference, that if she can start meeting with our attorneys, because I think this is awesome. So like, let's bring you out here with us and represent us as a board, if that's something that we can do, to have in collaboration with our attorneys and Mr. Guillen, and maybe she can do a presentation during the law conference, because I know there's still time for that.
Madam President, board members, I think that's a very reasonable suggestion. I think we can make that happen. Just for clarity's sake, it would be the policy service attorney that they would meet with, not our legal counsel. So I think we can attempt to arrange that.
And then as far as, I like your idea of the presentation, but I just wanted to clarify that the law conference is actually run by Cuddy. Is it Cuddy? Who is it? They're the ones that like make the arrangements of who's going to speak. So probably if you would want her to present, I would probably say at the Taos leadership training.
Madam President, board members, and I think this probably should go through an NMSBA committee first,
Okay.
as I'm thinking about it, because the policy service person wouldn't be quote unquote approving it. They would be reacting to what the committee tells the individual to do. So I think you would start with NMSBA committee. So maybe we reach out to Mr. Guillen, get a little guidance on the process. And again, I really think there's a lot of potential to make an impact at a state level. And Natalie, I want you to know, we really agree with this, and we're just trying to make it fit a policy service, but it's kind of a neat idea because a large percent of the districts across the state use what I'm referring to as the policy service. If you got that impacted in the if you got it reflected in the policy service, you've impacted multiple districts, 50, 60, 70 districts across the state. So really neat opportunity.
Mrs. Maria.
Well, going through that route, if we really want to go with the state, well, let's use our legislators. I know they're going to be meeting during committees for June and July, I think, so they can start preparing for the bills for the next session. And this is a time where she should have the conversations, right?
Madam President, that Ms. Moreno, could, if that's a route, that could be a good route. What I think the route you're suggesting there is not necessarily like getting an NMSBA committee to agree and then have them draft something. What you're suggesting is get it into statute through legislative action, and then the policy service will adjust to that.
Let's go for the big fish.
If you don't mind, we have been to the state capitol and we have talked to some of our legislators, and some of them are aware of the involvement program. So I think it would be a great idea to be able to meet with.
So you just need a legislator that is willing to write that bill for you.
Yes. And today I was gonna hope to bring more evolvers to come in and be supportive, but on some short notice, I wasn't able to make that happen. But hopefully, if we do move forward, we'll be able to gather more evolvers and have more support and backbone.
Can you get her information, and then maybe we can like start making those phone calls? Because I think we should make it happen, right? I think we shouldn't just have this conversation and then move on. I think, especially that you're graduating, right? At least for you to have that's the first step, and then it's unfortunate, but I mean, I guess it's good. Sometimes you start and then you don't get to see the fruit when you're a high school student, but then just the fact that you started this, I think that's just an amazing accomplishment.
And stay in contact with your other students in Gadsden High School, correct? Because even though you started, I mean, you can finish it by supporting them.
Yes. Yeah.
Now that you're 18 years old. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions, comments, or concerns? No. Thank you, señorita. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. On behalf of enrollment, thank you so much for taking the time to consider this. And
did you want to come up to? Yeah, go ahead. Ms. Lagareta, if you can email us her information, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mija. Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right, our next item is just a brief little information presentation. I just want to share with you, I think sometimes what, some of us that got to attend a national conference, one of the presenters, I think she's the now executive director of the National School Boards Association, and she made a comment about making it easy isn't easy, making it look easy isn't easy. And I think some of the things we take for granted, and I had a suggestion from Ms. Villalobos that said, we really need to remind all of us, it's a good reminder for all of us, the amount of interaction we have with stakeholders. And sometimes we kind of lose that a little bit. So I'm going to try to do this on a regular basis. And just as a reminder, we held coffee with the superintendent on April 16th. We had this, and we won't have this all the time, but we had 3 community meetings, April 15th, 16th, and 17th. at Chaparral High School, Santa Teresa High School, and Gadsden High School. I met with the LESC staff on April 17th in Ruidoso. Equity Council was held on April 18th. Support trenches, April 24th. District leadership today, April 25th. And then this is our March through April remind messages to the community. This is probably the part that I think is real important. Mr. Carmona, could you, I don't know who's running that back there. There's a lot of people back there. The one that jumps out at me is 38,000 remind messages were sent out this month. Not this year, this month. And so I'll be honest with you, and it was hard for me during the community meetings when someone said, we need to increase communication. And it kind of set me back a little bit. That says, I mean, that's a lot of information, right, that's being sent. That's not to mention social media. And we can get you those statistics, but it really, I want to get those out in front of you because I'm sure you guys get hit with those type of questions and concerns, maybe, if you will, issues. And Remind is an example of a tool we use to try to communicate. And it gives you a little bit of a feel for how many people are using that and how many messages are going out. So that's all I had on that slide. I appreciate everybody. And then this next one, this is a real important component. I'll remind you that Gadsden is part of the Cooperative Educational Services 6-year study. And this is really an academic study to try to assess where we're at and what we're doing and improve that consistently over the course of time. And we bring in outside individual experts to help assess where we're at and how do we grow in that. And so we've gone through what's called an instructional audit. And I believe Eric Krieger is online to present some of the results. This may take a few minutes to get through this, but I encourage you to write down questions and thoughts and ideas as we progress. And it's really this opportunity to hone in on academic success and focus our efforts on the things needed there. So, Eric?
Thank you, Superintendent. Madam President, board members, community, my name is Dr. Eric Krieger, and I work for a company called the American Alliance for Innovative Systems. As the superintendent mentioned, we were brought in by the Cooperative Educational Services to help facilitate these instructional audits with 16 districts across the state. We've been working on this project since the beginning of the school year. We had the opportunity to do an intake interview with Gadsden back in September, where we spoke with the superintendent and his cabinet. In October, a partner of mine and I were able to visit the district for 6 days. We visited just about every campus. We spoke to a variety of central office administrators. We spoke to focus groups composed of community and parent members, along with some student focus groups at the secondary level. After our face-to-face visit, there was an opportunity for district members to submit documentation into a secure server that our team of curriculum specialists, who are people who work in these areas in states across the country, were able to evaluate those documents so that we could give you some outside feedback on where Gadsden is in this progress. So in all, there were about 16 members of the AIS and CS teams that had a part of this instructional audit, really helping to facilitate that with the members in Gadsden that we were fortunate enough to work with. We submitted a draft document to district leadership in February. We've had some follow-up conversations and gotten some additional data, and we have a final draft that we are sharing with the district to this point. I wanted to be present at the board meeting tonight to make the formal presentation of that report. And if you guys have time, I know your agenda is running a little bit over. If you have time, I'm prepared to share an overview of the process, the domains and indicators that we looked at, and give you some kudos on some of the things that Gadsden is doing really well, as well as some areas where you have potential for continued growth. Do you have a few minutes for me to do that overview process?
Eric, absolutely. We're looking forward to it, so please.
Perfect. Well, the audit was designed with 6 domains, and each domain has between 6 and 30 sub-indicators in it. So it sounds really overwhelming. The final report that you'll look at is 50-some pages, but I just want to hit a couple of highlights this evening so that you guys can recognize the hard work that is being done by your teacher, staff, and leadership team. The first of the domains is assessment of instructional practices. Now, all of the domains are really about instruction, but this is the one that has more to do with how information is actually presented in the classrooms. In our study of districts across the state of New Mexico, what we saw is that New Mexico tends to lag a little bit behind the country in the innovation of the way in which they present material. We saw a lot of traditional teacher-centered classrooms, lectures that were given to students who were compliant, but not necessarily engaged. In Gadsden, however, we saw that that was not necessarily the case. We wanted to make sure that we recognize that the work that your teachers have been doing with the Marzano group has had an impact in the way in which they are designing their instruction, but for the purpose of this domain, we also saw that it had impacted the way in which instruction was being delivered. Several of the members of the teachers that we spoke with in the formal groups, as well as the ones that we spoke with casually in our visits to PLC meetings, complimented the district for giving them the Wednesday early release time. They said that has made a big impact in giving them the opportunity to prepare more innovative, creative ways to deliver their lessons. There is obviously not perfection here. I think that the focus of the district has been primarily on the next domain that we're going to talk about, the actual design of the curriculum. So I fully anticipate that you guys will do even better in this area of instructional practices once you've determined, the what it is that it's going to be taught, so you can move on to the how. I'm going to pause briefly after each domain just to see if there are any questions. Are there questions specifically about the instructional practice and delivery section?
Questions, comments?
Eric, I think you can continue.
Okay, thank you so much. The second one is the one where I really wanted to make sure that I gave you guys your props. The next domain is on curriculum design. What we saw across the state was a strong tendency for New Mexico schools to rely upon third-party published materials, textbooks and instructional resources that are purchased from companies that design them relatively generically, or to be more specific, they design them to appeal to larger states with big budgets. So they design textbooks that are whether they sell in Texas or California or New York. And they're not bad necessarily, but they're not necessarily customized to the needs of the individual communities that you service in New Mexico. Gadsden, however, is moving away from that, and what we saw in your district was that you're well above the state level in this. You're one of the few districts that we visited with where central office and administration and teachers obviously have created and expect the teachers to use a centralized district curriculum. Now I know that is still in the process. Those documents are not final at this point, but we were still impressed to see that expectation was present. I give again compliments to the work that your teachers are doing with the Marzano group. We did see that there was a variety in the level of implementation. It was obviously still in progress, and there was some pushback, particularly at the secondary level. And even at the elementary level, there was varied levels of fidelity of implementation. So some schools were more advanced than others in the use of these district curriculum resources. But did want to let you know that we saw lots of very, very positive things in our visit and in our evaluation of curriculum materials online when we looked at what Gadsden was doing. So congratulations to you guys. Lots of things for the entire transformation cohort to learn from the work that you guys are doing. Questions or comments about the domain about curriculum?
Any questions, comments? Mrs. Maria has a question, sir.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear well. Maybe one of you guys said, but when he said the curriculum design third party to design, what did he say about us? Because I know we use Marzano, but is that part of the curriculum design?
Marzano continuous improvement framework. What I believe, and Eric, correct me if you're wrong, but what we're referring to is basically textbooks or basals designed by a publisher, right? And Eric, is that correct?
That is correct, and they're designed to appeal to everyone and everything, so they're massive, and you can't just hand them to a teacher and expect them to start teaching in chapter 1 and then go for the rest of the year and complete everything. What Gadsden has done a good job of is designing supplementary appendices, scope and sequence documents, additional resources telling teachers how to most appropriately use the instructional materials to best meet the needs of the students in Gadsden.
I guess I would have a question. How are, you had mentioned that some schools are using them, I think, more advanced. How are we working, or how would you suggest we work together? Because obviously those schools that are more advanced are doing something quite extraordinary. How do you promote working with one another so that, granted that every school is different, but how do you promote working together? Because it's about sharing ideas, not really about competing against each other.
Absolutely, and to be honest with you, that's one of the purposes of this transformational cohort. CES is pulling together these 16 districts so that you can learn from each other. But in this particular area, you're going to be one of the people who's leading as opposed to following. And again, that's a compliment to you and the work that your leadership team has done. I wouldn't say that there's anything that you're doing wrong at this point. It's just that the process that you guys are going through, the curriculum redesign that you're working in, is in progress. We were there doing our face-to-face visits in October. We evaluated documents in November and December. I'm quite certain, based on the progress and the meeting schedules that I saw, that everything is in an even better place now than it was just a few months ago. And that's not even counting the schools that are in the second cohort of the training that are still in the process of receiving some of that information.
Thank you.
If you guys don't mind, I'm going to cover the next two domains together because there's a lot of overlap between them. The third domain has to do with standards alignment. And one of the phrases that I heard a lot, what we see, again, in the state of New Mexico in general, is that a lot of districts are still not using the standards as their primary driver for instruction. Rather, they're allowing the instructional resources, the textbooks, to guide instruction. So they're being governed by the textbooks rather than making the decisions as to how to use the textbooks. So that is not what we saw in Gadsden. Again, the phrase that we heard a lot, both at the leadership level and at the campus level, was that Gadsden is working to be standards referenced, not standards based. So I think that is definitely a step in the right direction, even if you have not made a commitment to going to a full standards-based learning, standards-based grading model like some districts have. We did see in this area there's room for growth at the secondary level in particular. The classrooms seem to be very task focused still rather than standards focused. But at the elementary level, we saw that the PLCs and the teams that were working together were primarily focused on ensuring that the priority standards were being covered as opposed to the traditional topics and units model. Now, the reason why I wanted to overlap this with the next domain has to do with assessment. And this is another area where I think we can say, although we saw a lot of good things, it is still in progress. Across the state of New Mexico, what we see is that compared to many states, the primary guider of assessment is compliance. So in many of the districts that we visited, what we saw is assessment calendars that were built around using interim assessments, beginning of year, middle of year, end of year assessments that measured basic literacy and numeracy skills, but did not necessarily measure the specific standards that were being taught, particularly at the secondary level when you move into more specific subjects and away from just the reading, writing, arithmetic level. In Gadsden, we saw that is still an area of growth as well. All of the required things were taken. There were a lot of mechanisms for assessment, but we didn't see a lot of evidence of common assessments that were being created across the district. We didn't see that teachers had a deep level of understanding of assessment design, and there was not a clearly stated assessment policy, or at least not clearly understood. There was some confusion in our teacher focus groups and in PLC conversations about grading policies and how grading with standards in mind impacted their traditional grading practices. Now, I put both of these things together in our discussion because I wanted to make the point that before you can decide how you're going to do many of these things, the actual standards and assessment, the curriculum has to be in place. So we did see in our documents that there are plans in the rollout for more of this work to be done in the future, but the work that is currently being done to determine priority standards and create proficiency scales, all of those things are in place or are being put in place currently, and those are necessary foundational steps to do assessment and standards alignment really well. So even though the grades in this area were not necessarily as high as they were in the curriculum design piece, I wanted to point out that is a normal and common process that you go through. That's just the kind of order of operations that curriculum works through. I know that was a lot, so were there clarifying questions about those two domains?
Any questions? We have none.
Okay, the last two domains are a little bit different. I want to remind you that the purpose of the instructional audit was instructional. So the next domain that we looked at was entitled Support Services for Special Populations. And CES defined those special populations, asking us to look specifically at how districts were servicing special education students, English language or emerging bilingual students, and gifted and talented students. Now, across the state, what we tended to see is that that was the order in which districts focused on those things. So special education got a little more attention than English language learners, which got a lot more attention, than a big gap before the third category of gifted and talented. Now, part of that is a function of the way in which New Mexico classifies GT as a subset of special education. And it is very natural in the handful of states that do it that way, that gifted and talented students, because they tend to be successful without the same level of in-depth interventions that some of your other special education students need, they don't necessarily get the same attention. And that was certainly what we saw across the state. I will tell you that they're having conversations and they are looking at changing that at the state level. But at this point, I wanted to just kind of address what we actually saw. So typically across the state, most districts were focused on compliance. They used just the PED manuals as their primary source for policy and procedure related to these special populations areas. When we visited with Gadsden, though, we saw that you guys this was another area where we think we can give you some real good compliments. The special referral process, for example, seemed to be very well understood by your teachers, the various ways that they could refer students, and we saw evidence of that being implemented both in the PLC classroom and leadership level. We also saw more clarity on the service models that you had in place for special education than was the case in many of the districts that we looked at. So there was a more coherent understanding of how you were going to service the students with these particular needs. For the English language group, what we saw is that you had something that we had marked as a area that we wanted to share with other districts was the variety and quality of the training that you were providing to your teachers and staff in the way in which they support their EL and bilingual students. So that was definitely a compliment. And then lastly, for the gifted and talented population, this was definitely one that we looked at as an area where you guys can serve as a model for the rest of the state. Many of the districts that we looked at really were, and this sounds pejorative and I don't mean it this way, but they just did not have the time or resources to focus on their gifted and talented population a lot. Gadsden, on the other hand, has an established case study approach that they're using that is designed to ensure that those students are receiving the services and the enrichment that they need and that they deserve. It's still a work in progress. It may not have filtered down to the whole district yet, but I know that it is relatively new. But the people who we have on our staff who are specialists in that area wanted me to pass along that they were impressed with the policy and they think it's going to be really good for you and your kids in the years moving forward. Thoughts or questions about support services for special population?
Questions? We have none, sir.
Okay, last one, and I appreciate your patience as we go through these. The last one was called facilities, but I want to remind you again, it's an instructional audit. So what we were looking at was the impact of facilities on instruction. So we didn't necessarily dive deep into your 10-year facilities replacement plan or anything like that. What we were looking for was evidence of anything that had impacted positively or negatively the way in which your students received their instruction in 3 specific areas. We looked at facilities, libraries, and technology usage. So in facilities, I will tell you that we were very, very impressed at the proactive work that you have done to redistrict and to make sure that students are being served effectively, rather than doing that reactively, as many schools and districts do. I noted that there were still some challenges in combining the staff, the library resources, et cetera, from those various buildings, but that still puts you ahead of the game that many districts are fighting into. There were some schools that had, typical challenges, older buildings, et cetera, but there were none that the district was unaware of, and none of the local campus staff that I spoke to, or leadership, mentioned anything that had actually impacted instruction other than a couple of minor things, some AC problems that had, made them close a library for a few weeks, et cetera. But all these were things that either had been addressed or there was a plan in place to address them. So that was very good. Speaking of libraries, we saw some very good things in the way in which they were arranged, but we also saw some potential opportunities for improvement. I know it's all very much about resources, but the majority of the libraries were not being used as effectively as they could be. We didn't see a lot of evidence of them serving as community centers, no evidence of them being available outside of the school day, and limited evidence of them doing outreach activities and working with families as well as the students. One good thing, and one thing I'm just going to mention to you, is I didn't hear a lot when I spoke to libraries or administrators. I did not hear a lot about policy challenges, but we are encouraging all of the boards and districts that we work with to make sure that you are proactively examining your policies related to challenges about materials in libraries, because that is becoming a greater trend across the country, and it's one of those cases where an ounce of prevention can save a pound of headache later on. So I encourage you to take some time to look into that before it becomes an issue, because that can save you guys some time and effort later on. The last area that we looked at was in technology usage. We saw some good to very good technology access throughout Gadsden. It was clear that you guys have made a commitment to putting the resources on the campuses and in the hands of students. We did see that there was a high range of variation in the effective use of their technology for instruction. For example, the secondary level, we tended to see, and this is based on classroom observations, feedback from teachers, and feedback from students and parents, that they sometimes rely too heavily on the use of the Chromebooks and teaching at what we call the substitution level. So doing things the same way that you could have done them on paper, but just doing it on a computer instead, as opposed to leveraging the power of the internet and network connectivity and et cetera, to transform education. Additionally, at the elementary level, a lot of the technology usage we saw was almost entirely for assessment purposes. Still useful and worthwhile, and a way to preserve time so teachers can do other important and fun things instructionally, but we didn't see students using technology for the purpose of creation as much as we did for consumption. And again, all the caveats, although my partner and I were there for 6 days and visited most campuses, that's still a very small sample size. So we've included this as something for the leadership team to be aware of and to consider, but it's by no means a black and white thing. All right, that's a lot. Again, I appreciate your patience as we went through everything. Do you have any questions about the last domain or about any of the domains or the study in general now that I've completed the overview?
Any questions?
What I might mention to the board is, and Eric, is as we revise our strategic plan, these components can be reflected in that, and we build those action plans then to try to address those areas of growth and opportunities for us. And I really appreciate Mr. Cregan and the team as they came in and really tried to get a true assessment. And here when he mentioned that we had to file some documents, we uploaded several documents, and what I forbid our staff to do was create something, because if we're creating something, we didn't have it. And so that was a little hard, because a lot of times we want to put our best foot forward, but that's not the goal of this process. And so there are probably some things there, I think Eric would agree with this, that we have to work on and fix. But I think you also see we've taken some really good steps forward, and I'm very excited about this continuous process over the course of time so that we can really provide a very high level and focused instructional program for every kid at every grade level.
I did have a question. Is this report available to us so that we can look at it and read it?
Madam President, board members, absolutely, and I apologize. I didn't know how that was going to work out, and so I would have made copies, but I will make sure that you get copies of that so each of you can take a look at it on your own time.
Eric, we appreciate your presentation. You have a good evening, sir.
I very much appreciate your patience tonight, and even more, I appreciate the work that you, your teachers, and your staff are doing with your kids. I enjoyed my time in Gadsden. I think you guys are doing some great things. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, student representative, we have Isis Ivado, who's an 11th grader at DPA.
My name is Isis Avado, and I attend Desert Pride Academy. My experience here has been amazing. The teachers are extremely interactive, and that helps make learning fun and easier to understand. Since our school doesn't offer extracurricular activities, our main focuses are graduation and preparing for the district final exams. This consists of raising and maintaining grades and making sure work is completed and turned in. This year, we'll have a total of 149 graduates, 42 this past December, and 107 this May. With graduation and district final exams coming up, we're focused on reviewing and understanding materials likely to be present on these exams. DPA is also currently in the process of building a greenhouse. This will be available next semester. I personally feel like the PSAT and SAT testings went smoothly, as teachers genuinely taught and prepared us for these tests. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, you did wonderful, Mija. Okay, moving on to board member reports. I'm going to go ahead and start with Vice President Rodriguez.
Well, I think this has, as I always say, there's many great things happening in Gadsden, and I think, listening to the students, I know one of them mentioned how they have great mentors, and we just heard right here, with his presentations, telling us the great work that the teachers are doing. So I think that it shows, we see it here constantly. I know there's lots of room for improvement, for sure. And I appreciate, Mr. Dempsey, what you just mentioned, that you wanted them to submit what it is, right? Instead of sugarcoating it and making it look beautiful. If we need to grow, we need sometimes honesty and putting it the way it is. Sometimes it hurts because that's not what we want to hear, but it's going to make a difference. And on that, I also like the presentation where the communication. I know that sometimes it seems that even us as board members, that we're not doing or not, I guess, really doing what's expected, but I know that we genuinely all work very hard in knowing what we're going to be discussing and learning about our community, right? And so sometimes it's difficult, But we're here to serve, and I think that we will continue. And I think that with this plan or the 6-year program that's happening, I think it's really going to help us grow even more. And I think, well, one thing that I was going to say, the people that were that received the awards today, Ms. Marianne Clark, he mentioned about the gifted. I know that she was a key factor making this grow. She is no longer working for Gadsden. She retired. But her legacy is going to continue, just as we saw with the young lady that is part of the involvement, right? I know she probably wanted to do even more, but she planted that seed, and this is going to keep growing. So going back to Ms. Clark, I know the great work, just creating this work study. It took years to do something of that nature, right? And making sure that the students that are gifted are not just because of a test, how they score, but being able to provide something else, other documentation. And there's many students that we see, right, in fine arts that are gifted in those areas. So again, great things happening. I do encourage parents to please participate. Sometimes we hear the negative, but when there's those opportunities to be present, please be present. That's where we, again, need to hear from you so that we can make those changes, right? If we don't know what's happening or what your thoughts are until there's an incident or where you're upset, rather than doing that, be present at the community meetings. I attended one, and really the amount of parents for the amount of students that high school has, it was a minimum amount. So whenever that happens, please come. We need to hear your voice is extremely important. We need the students to also voice their opinion on what things need to change. So at those community meetings, it was a great opportunity, but if you weren't there, please attend. Again, coffee with the superintendent or coffee with the principals, because that's how we're gonna hear the things that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Moving on to Secretary Murillo.
Good evening, everybody. This is when you know that you're reaching the end of the school year. You write all the awards and all these presentations. And I want to start with congratulating all the award recipients and all the recognitions. I think it's amazing. And this is my second-ish year. And I see more and more students, and I see Gadsden out there everywhere in the state, and how people are looking at us and they see the great things that we're doing, and they're asking questions, other board members reaching out, and I really like the collaboration. I thought at the beginning from the things that I was hearing from the community that it was a competition, but once you're inside, it's not a competition. People want to learn from each other, and I really, really appreciate that from Gadsden. I attended on Saturday the All-State Band. I didn't make it in time to see Chaparral, but I was there for Santa Teresa, and it was amazing. I mean, they did an amazing job, and it was well worth it to drive and come back the same day for a 15-minute performance. It was really, really neat to be there. I also attended last week the Reaching New Heights conference in Albuquerque. And surprise, Gadsden was there representing, and I thought it was amazing. So I was able to see this group of amazing ladies in a different capacity, and getting to know each other, and it was just amazing. And it was teachers from the SPED department and Miss Patsy from Project Search. And so the conference focuses on leadership development, best practices in supported employment, and school to work transition. Well, during one of the presentations of recognition, it came up Project Search, Gadsden, and the Hive. And so it was really neat because none of them, I wasn't expecting it. So they did ask, for people from Gadsden or people from this area to stand up. And everybody who was there was from Albuquerque. And it was just a little table of us from Gadsden. So it was really neat to be part of that as well. We learned a lot, and I know those ladies, they're with everything that they learned, they're gonna run with it. Also, I want to thank administrators. Yesterday, was it yesterday? Yesterday. was Administrator Day, and I really want to thank all of the administrators for everything that you guys do. You guys really are on it. It takes very strong character to be in that position, so and every single one of you guys are amazing. Also, I want to thank the families for sending your kids during testing. I was one of those parents that I got that text message at night, please make sure that your kid goes to sleep early, give them a good breakfast. And so I really thank all those families. I saw a different side this year. I saw a different approach. You know, it was more of an encouragement, do your best, instead of do your best because this is a state. And this is a state testing. So it was a different approach, and I really like that. I want to thank the teachers. And administrators. It's really, really hard, especially during testing, right, to make sure that everybody's there, everybody's on time, to go through the testing. And I've seen it, and I really want to commend you guys for that. What else? I think that is it. I wasn't able to go. I apologize. I wasn't able to go to Cloudcraft due to a family emergency, but I heard great things about it. So, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to Board Member Castillo.
Just want to, piggyback on everybody else. Congratulations to all recipients. Again, we got to find a bunch of kids out there and driven, and it all starts with the teachers. It starts in the trenches. They're the ones that are giving them that motivation. Again, to Mr. Pacheco, for as long as he's been doing that foundation, he's sure helping out the right people, the kids themselves. And it is good to hear from somebody else, that from Eric, that while we're doing things right, that there's room for improvement. There's nothing wrong to hear that there's room for improvement, and we should strive for that all, every chance we get. So, yep. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Board Member Lira.
Just to echo on everybody else on the board, I'm just amazed how there's so much talent on these kids. And I don't want to sound cliche though, but it's truly heart-filling. It makes me happy to see so much talent from the area. And I don't get to see, or us as board members don't get to see the work that the teachers do, but honestly, it's reflected in all of the success that these kids portray. It's amazing, and I want to congratulate and thank the teachers for their hard work. It doesn't go unnoticed, just so you guys know that we see it, and especially in occasions like this. I mean, you could tell that so much work has been put on each and every single kid, and I can say that it makes me feel very, very happy just to be part of this board and part of Gadsden. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lira. I just wanted to, again, thank you for coming, ISIS, this evening. You did a beautiful job, mija. I think you're a junior, ¿verdad? So next year we'll be seeing you crossing that stage as a DPA Rattler. And I know this is our principal, Ludwig's last year. You're going to miss her because she's a beautiful person. And, every time I go to these graduations, she is the epitome of an awesome principal that really knows and develops relationships with their kids. So you're blessed that you got the opportunity to have a principal like Ms. Ludwig. Yes. Go Strike Rattlers. I like your, yeah. Yeah. And thank you for the shirt. I finally wore it one time. Thank you. Okay, moving on to, I also had the opportunity to travel to Albuquerque this weekend to see the Chaparral High School band perform. So I'm very proud of our kids out there in Chaparral because under the direction of band director Short, we didn't have a marching band at the beginning of the year, but he's done a phenomenal job. And also to Mr. Beach, thank you for your support with that. And even though we were competing against one another, ¿verdad? Con Santa Teresa, it's an awesome opportunity that our kids in Chaparral were able to travel and made it to state competition. So that is awesome. And then I did stay to watch Santa Teresa, and both bands did awesome. I was a former band member. I used to play the flute, And so I'm gonna say I have a good ear, a decent ear. So when you can sit there and close your eyes and you start seeing like Disney movies, you see dragons, you see like I'm in Disney, I'm like, our kids are amazing. So congratulations. And then some people over here, now I wasn't crying, over here was crying. That speaks volumes that like, you know, fine arts, if they move you, it's like amazing. So congratulations to our state champs, Santa Teresa High School, the Pride of the Desert, for winning that award. And again, congratulations to our Lobos for making it to state. ¿Qué más? Let me piggyback on that back. Yes, thank you, Principal Suggs. Thank you. It's so awesome to see our administrators taking the time to travel to support their students. Miss Principal Suggs was there, and I want to thank Assistant Principal Smith from Chaparral. She was there also to support our kids. And thank you to the parents who went out to support the kiddos. That's awesome to see. Congratulations again to all of these individuals that were nominated. So some individuals were nominated by us as school board members. I take great pride in saying that I did nominate Mary Ann Clark. I don't know her, you know, I've never worked with her. But what made me nominate this individual is being part of the Equity Council. There was one evening here at the Bistro where she presented along with Lisa Aguilar, her partner, at the time in that department. And so it was very educational to learn all the work that these ladies, and over here, she wouldn't admit it, but as a parent, she was part of this movement, I'm gonna say. And so it's just awesome to see that here in Gadsden. I even like researched it, and Ms. Clark was giving trainings to the state, and it's like we set precedents in the state. And so it's an awesome opportunity that through these case studies, we are identifying other students that would normally not get identified as gifted. So congratulations, Ms. Mary Ann Clark, and congratulations to all the people that won this award. I did want to read what it says. It says, Excellence in Student Achievement Award presented by the New Mexico School Board Association in cooperation with the local Board of Education and recognition of the outstanding role played in improving student achievement. And just make sure, Mr. Dempsey, that all the individuals, I was seeing that they were taking pictures, so even the ones that were absent, if we could please get those pictures, because I know they go back there. So congratulations again to all of you. I did also attend the Region 7 meeting at Cloudcroft, and we're very proud to say Mr. Dempsey always joins us in our conferences. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate Cloudcroft. It was awesome to see the kiddos. There was a young freshman, and I mean, I just celebrate New Mexico as a whole because there was a young man, a freshman at Cloudcroft, and like he showed us his little airplane that flew around made out of balsa wood. I'm not sure what the plastic stuff was, but he took, I think, 3rd place. And so, you know, congratulations to our neighbors up north. But it's awesome to see that, you know, here in New Mexico, we're blessed with excellent students. And so, thank you for joining us. Let me see. And then I want to say happy Administrative Assistance Day. Thank you, Mary Lou, for all you do. And thank you to all the secretaries out there, clerks that help, our administrators that help run the office, the help our educators. Thank you for all the hard work you do. You're the ones that are putting in those POs. You're, you know, typing up letters, sending remind messages at times. So thank you for all your hard work. And what Ms. Murillo was saying is, you know, currently in the job that I have, I get to coordinate testing. And so thank you, parents, for sending your kids. That makes the life of a testing coordinator like super duper easy. And it, you know, we appreciate, you know, having a little list of makeups. And so thank you, all of you school testing coordinators out there. And thank you, parents, for sending your kids on time, you know, having slept with a good night's sleep. And if, you know, we provide breakfast, or make sure you feed them before they come in. But thank you for all you do. And I think we've only got 1 more week to go. That window is closing, I think, on May the 3rd. So, and thank you, students, for doing your best. Like Ms. Murillo said, is all we ask is to do your best. With that, I conclude my report. Okay, moving on to, let's see. The next item is board, actually, item 5, Human Resource Report. That is there for public knowledge. No action is required on behalf of the board. And then moving on to item 6, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the agenda as is.
Mr. Castillo has made a motion to accept the agenda as is. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Excuse me. Moving on to item 7, regular school board minutes for April 11, 2024. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to accept the regular school board minutes for April 11th, 2024.
Ms. Rodriguez made a motion to accept item number 7, our agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to number 8 item is consent agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda, item A, physical plan report.
Okay, Ms. Maria has made a motion to accept the consent agenda. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to open forum, do we have any speakers this evening, ma'am?
Madam President, we have none.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to action items. We do have 4 of them this evening. The first action item is action item 10A, regular school board schedule for 2024-2025. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, this is the time of year as we start planning for next year. And so this is the list of meetings for the academic year 24-25. And these begin in July, I believe. July 18th is the first listed meeting, and then they'll take us through the remainder of the academic year into June.
Are there any questions, comments, or concerns?
I will note that we tried to adjust for the regular, a lot of times we'll get a conflict for spring budget, and we tried to make those adjustments reflected here. There could be changes, and Ms. Delgado tries to help identify those and then give us all adequate notice to make sure they're adjusted. But this does, I believe, reflect some of those main statewide conferences to try to, and we'll move those to like Tuesdays when we do that of the same week.
Okay. I would just say is also, I guess, Mr. Castillo and Mr. Lira, who now sits on the DACC Advisory Board, is just make sure to give us a date for next year's commencement. That way we make sure that it doesn't conflict with one of our, because those are usually on Thursdays. Okay, any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President, the hard copy has 3 yellows, right, on Tuesdays. I mean, it didn't come up there, but.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam President, board members, I believe those yellow dates are those adjustments that we moved to those Tuesdays, as Mr. Castillo is referring to.
Okay.
And I believe, well, that May 6th might be already an adjustment for something we're kind of referring to, but we'll continue to try to be out front on those and make sure we make those adjustments so we have plenty of time to get those into your calendars. But I would recommend and encourage you, get those in your calendars now so that that'll help us all be available.
And then I was just going to say, I would encourage all of us to, when possible, plan accordingly your personal events. And of course, we know that sometimes something happens or whatnot, but just plan accordingly. Okay, with that being said, there's no further questions, comments, or concerns. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept action item 10A.
Mr. Castillo has made a motion to accept action item 10A. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to action item 10B, resolution support for local control. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, as you might have heard recently in the media, our calendar rule has really started to become a pretty hot topic. The local control, and at our school board conferences, we talk a lot about local control to try to understand how a local school board makes decisions and is allowed to make decisions based on what's best for their community. And while I understand at a state level certain initiatives are very important, I think things have to be done in a manner that you consider those local school boards. And it's at some level, if you're not careful, and I think Mr. Gain would agree with this, if you don't at some level question some things, you risk a little loss, a little at a time of local control. And right now, the state's in a little bit of a battle here, and we're wrestling with calendars. And the question is, do boards have the final say-so on calendars, or does the state have the final say-so on calendars? And I think all of us, as we watched this last legislative session, you saw the legislative body. Well, let me back up. A year ago, you saw the legislative body pass a statute signed by the governor that had to do with hours, 1140. Remember, we increased those hours. So I think that's a sign that the legislative body were interested in hours. They did not pass anything associated with days. And then you come to this recent legislative session, and it was very clear the legislative body was not interested in days. They already made their statement, and there was legislation that was clearly adopted by both, I believe both, well, maybe it's just the Senate side. I don't know if it made it through the House. But it passed overwhelmingly that said local control was important with calendars. So what's happened now is a restraining order, if you will, has been filed that says we think PED's rule is in conflict with state statute. And so what I have in front of you is a resolution that, we've talked about it, but it's easy to talk about it, but now the rubber kind of meets the road. And what I need guidance from you on is, I think I hadn't heard anything back, so I'm going to take that as, I think we all agree local control is very important. And the question then is, how deeply does Gadsden Board want to be involved in this? Because it's legal action now. And I think we have to consider all possibilities, but also I think there's some fights others might want to take. I think we can support it. That doesn't mean we have to be directly involved unless the board wants to. And what you have to understand, and I wasn't, I think it's important, I tried to get all this information to everybody. If we're truly a part of it, Gadsden ISD Board of Education and Travis Dempsey Superintendent names will be listed on that. And if I'm with you, if you guys are comfortable, and I'm with you. But I don't know how everyone feels about that, and I really need some guidance on it. Tonight we have an action item for this, and I think it's good to say you can provide this to legislators, you can provide this to Mr. Guillen and say, hey, we are supporters of local control. That doesn't commit us to anything further. Is that fair to everybody so there's clear understanding? I would need definite approval to take legal action, and that has to come from you guys. And so this doesn't commit you to that legal action. Now, if that's something you feel like we should be taking, we need to have future conversations about that. And then there would be the conversation around financial support of that. And I'll just tell you from a superintendent perspective, I believe in local control. I also believe every dollar we receive needs to get to kids. And so that's how I feel about that piece. This rule doesn't today, now that's the other thing you got to think about. This rule today doesn't directly impact Gadsden. I thought it might because the original wording could have removed our early release Wednesdays, which you heard in the instructional audit, how important of a component that is for teachers to get to meet and do PLCs. Then the language changed and we were okay. That doesn't mean future rules couldn't impact us. And so you just, as a board, I want you to think about those pieces, but I also want you to understand tonight there's no commitment other than saying we believe in local control, and that's as far as that goes.
Questions, comments, concerns? Mrs. Rodriguez?
Madam President, so when you mentioned that we are not part of this, so I recall seeing somewhere where our name was stated, and one of the things that I see is that there's 89 districts in the state, and about 55 are the ones that are plaintiffs. I think amongst those 55, like I said, Gadsden was there. So what do we need to do to move forward in saying, that's not what we're looking for? Where do we stand on that?
Well, what I'd like to do with passage of this, what I'd like to do if the board's comfortable, is provide this to those individuals and say, we definitely support local control, and we believe it's important. And here's our resolution. But any further involvement, that was a very premature use of the district's name. I had a phone conversation with an individual. The individual asked me how the resolution was going. And I think just about every district has considered a resolution. And I said, well, I've presented it, and I haven't had any feedback, so I anticipate it being on an action item at the next meeting, the 25th, and I do anticipate passage. That was it. And then something got filed before this meeting, and Gadsden's name was truly on it. And you know, I apologize for that. I'm going to get that clarified after today on what we're comfortable doing and what we're not comfortable doing. And this action does not commit this board to any of that. And I think part of it is trying to show like a largest group possible. I'll give you an example. Santa Fe Public Schools was involved, and I think they maybe, I don't know if their name came up the same way ours did, or they took a stronger stand. But some larger districts are getting involved, but I think there's a lengthier conversation we need to have before we get to that space. And I see heads shaking that we need to be a little thoughtful before we jump off that ledge.
Any other questions, comments? I personally would say, yes, I totally agree with you, sir, that I like the resolution that was written, fully support that, but yes, if you can communicate to the individual, it's like, hey, like, hold off.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. With that being said, do I hear a motion for action item 10B?
I make a motion that we accept action item 10B, resolution support for local control.
Secretary Murillo has made a motion to accept action item 10B, as she stated. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to action item 10C, resolution commitment to safe and secure communities. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, this is the second resolution we've seen a couple times now. And really, this is really a local partnership between the Sunland Park, the city of Sunland Park, Gadsden ISD, and we're hoping the Doñana County. We probably have some concerns, issues, projects that we could work on together, and that's sharing some resources, if you will. And what this does just represents that we want to do that. We want to be a community partner that works together. And we probably, truthfully, have some future items that we're going to have to join in and be a little unified on if we're going to support each other. And I think the city of Sunland Park has been I mean, you know, the partnership we've had with SROs, just their city manager, their mayor has been just terrific at including us in things and allowing us to be a part of them, and we try to do the same. So really, that's a local piece. I am going to tell you that I think the county might be wrestling a little bit to include themselves in this partnership, and I really haven't had the opportunity to understand why. I'm middle of budget, and I just haven't had the time to really get in there. Keep in mind, there's a little bit of change in leadership at the county manager position, and so that might be the uncertainty with that. As if this passes this evening, and it passes at the City of Sunland Park Board of Trustees, then Mr. Infante and I will work together to get that through to the county, and then they're going to have to make a decision.
Any further questions, comments? Mrs. Murillo, go ahead.
This morning I received a text message, and I don't know why I didn't think about this individual, but the DA, Mr. Byers, he reached an agreement with federal authorities to 6 state charges for criminal activities encountered by border agents in New Mexico's southern border. So I know he is reaching out to communities, and so I don't know if he has reached out to us, but I think that will be a great partnership to have the DA, you know, on our end and on our side, and maybe have a conversation. I know he was, and I haven't had a conversation with him in months, but I know he was starting a committee with his team, the sheriff's department, but he was looking for community leaders. So I thought that would be a really good idea to have someone from this area to sit in that committee. I don't know if that ended up happening or not, and I can ask, but I just thought about him when we were reading this.
Secretary Murillo, and if the board's comfortable with this, if this does pass, maybe that's a good starting ground for me to reach out to that individual, if you'll share that contact information, and we'll start working with them to see where we can partner. And you know, the ultimate idea is, I think we all agree to this, is that we want our communities to be safe, our schools to be safe, and our kids to get to grow up in those safe environments.
Any further questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we accept action item 10C, resolution, commitment to safe and secure communities.
Ms. Murillo has made a motion to accept action item 10C as she stated. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to action item 10D, policy IKFB, graduation exercises. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, we've had a couple times to take a look at this. Let's review real quick. Each of you should have a packet that begins with something that looks like this. The top sheet should say current, and it should have been left on your table. So what you have is the first page of that is the current policy that we have, and it talks about graduation exercises. The next page is proposal A. And as presented last time, no changes since our last board meeting. This particular one just adds what might be considered some specifics around the formality of the ceremony. And it does, at the bottom, you'll see the revised policy becomes effective 24-25 school year, okay? Proposal B, this keeps the same formalities, and then at the bottom adds a voting process to allow for the decoration of caps, okay? Proposal C keeps the formality. At the bottom, you'll see that students will be permitted the opportunity to decorate graduation caps. GISD graduation cap decoration guidelines developed annually by the superintendent and campus administration will be used. The process shall be communicated to students and parents in the graduation agreement, okay? And then proposal D, this has the same formalities, and then decoration of graduate caps shall not be permitted. Keeps with the process for the 24-25 school year. And then the proposal E, and Ms. Flores, you may have to help me here, and then we might have some support online. Can we check to see if Roxy de Santiago, who's part of our legal counsel, is online? Roxy, can you hear me?
Good evening, Superintendent. I am online. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
I'll finish presenting proposal E, and then Ms. Flores, if you'd like, Ms. de Santiago can join us. So proposal E is a little bit of a morphed piece from other districts and some of the things also in these. And so what you have is what's called red line edits. And so those are just like you get to see the policy with the adjustments, and you see the old language so you can kind of see the changes. And then you'll see the second part is just without. We call it clean. It's the same proposal, but it's clean. It doesn't have the red line edits, if you will. Okay. Yes, ma'am, Ms.
So I just want to, I know our superintendent sent an email saying that I had been working with Ms. Roxy, so I just wanted the public to know. I did do research. I told Mr. Dempsey I looked at other different districts, like Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, all sorts of, even Santa Barbara. I did my research. And so I've never done this. So like, you know, I guess I can tend to get carried away. so anyway, so I did submit this to Ms. Roxy de Santiago, the district attorney, and on Saturday. And, you know, she she did provide feedback, and I appreciate that, Ms. Santiago, for your feedback. And so I now want to go ahead and allow her to present. And then I do have some questions, even with what I wrote, for clarification. Go ahead, Ms. Santiago.
Good evening, Madam President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I am aware that this issue has become really important at Gadsden schools. And so I want to just give you a little bit of background. Superintendent Dempsey outlined the options that are in front of you. And before you consider each of these options, I just wanted to give you a little bit of the legal background as it relates to graduation regalia, which are the decorations, the caps, and the gowns. Graduation ceremonies themselves are not the type of events where students have unlimited free speech. To the contrary, the courts have decided that because this is a very clearly and directed activity for purposes of the school, that the districts themselves have every legal right to limit the way in which students can express themselves. And districts will do that in a myriad of different ways. And some districts will restrict all decorations entirely because of the issues that you'll hear in just a moment, and some have some limitations as it relates to that. But when districts decide to restrict, to allow some decoration, but then restrict some other type of decoration, they have to be able to explain those differences, in that those differences and the restrictions have to be reasonably related to a legitimate pedagogical concern of the district. So what you're doing here in terms of considering the decorations, I know we're just talking about the cap at this point, although the last option that you'll see has some other decoration issues included in it, such as the stoles and whatnot. But what you're doing in here is essentially opening the door to a conversation about what type of speech you're going to allow your seniors to exhibit within the context of the graduation ceremony. So you have to be careful and recognize that you are in fact opening the door, and there are all sorts of things that can come into play when you do that. So for example, if you look at the last option that was prepared by President Flores, she has a list in there of things that are do's and don'ts, which are important. If you're going to open the door, you have to have something that looks like this, because then it's a free-for-all and you never know what you're going to get. But you'll see on there that there are things that normally you would maybe not consider would be a problem, like, you know, football teams or Harry Potter, but those kinds of things are restricted for other reasons. The football teams, because it's sometimes associated with gang-related material. Sometimes not sometimes, but the Harry Potter and Disney characters are all protected by copyright, so you can't allow that either. So what you're doing then is creating a situation where your administrators are going to then take your policy, what you decide to do, and they're going to have to implement it on on the ground on graduation day. You know, there are things that you also may want to consider that are not listed in President Flores's document. Things like political logos, MAGA logos, flags of different countries. I know where you're at, it's going to be very common to see a Mexico flag, that you're right on the border and you have, you know, what we call 200% Americans, 100% Mexican, 100% American, right? That's going to be totally normal. But what you may not consider is whether or not some of your students would decide to fly, to decorate their cap with a Palestinian flag or an Israeli flag, at which point you then have them making some political statements. So as you consider all of these things that you're doing, you may also want to recognize that not only are you opening the door for the graduation cap decoration, but then you're also going to have to explain what is next after that. Is there a limitation on the stoles that they get to use? Can they decorate their shoes or not? Can they decorate their gown or not? So just be careful as you do this that you're opening the door. Today I was reading a case from Colorado And the case is Peña Villaseñor versus Garfield County School District. And it's from May of 2023. And in that case, the school district had allowed the students to decorate their caps only. And the restrictions that they had in that case, which the court determined were absolutely appropriate, I'm going to read them to you because there were only 4 things. They could recognize the university that they were attending, recognize the military branch that they were joining, thank a parent, grandparent, teacher, or friend, or fly a country that is recognized by the United Nations. And that was the extent of their limitations. And that could only appear on the cap, on the mortarboard of the graduation cap. In that case, in Villaseñor versus Garfield, the student was alleging that because they allowed the decoration here, she should be able to wear a stole that had a Mexican flag and an American flag down the side. And she was arguing that she had a constitutional right to do that. Ultimately, the court decided that she did not have the constitutional right to do that because this is not the kind of speech that, the location where her free speech was unimpeded. But I bring this case to your attention just so that you know now what you're getting into. And as you consider the different options that you have in front of you, you can make some more informed decisions about which doors you want to or not open. Lastly, I want to say that right now the issue may be that may be about decorating the cap. But next year the trend may change and students may not want to decorate the cap. They may want to decorate their shoes or, you know, have different stoles that they can wear or not wear. So when you're looking at the first 3 options that are presented by the administration, one of the benefits to those is that it while it does not specifically say that students' caps could be decorated, it actually creates a committee and recognizes that each school within the district could have some differentiation between the districts and allows those administrators to take some authority over what happens in their unique graduation event. So in sum, there are pros and cons to both of these proposals here. President Flores's proposal is narrowed and clear so that we know exactly what can and cannot go on the top of the cap. And that's good. I probably would recommend that it get narrowed maybe even just a little bit more so that I wouldn't include flags of different countries right now because that could be a political statement. I'm concerned that there's no limitation on political statement, but that could just be otherwise approved by the administrator on the ground. And the other side, that the 3 presentations that are the 3 proposals from the administration give the administration the authority to decide based on what happens at their particular district, how they want to run their unique graduation and still allow for some consistency around the district. So I am here today to help you guys have this conversation about how to finish up this process. You guys are at 3rd read. And we want to finish up this process and be able to move on and protect you as a board, ensure the constitutionality of the action that is taken, and at the same time have a clear directive for what is going to happen when you move forward on this particular issue. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know President Flores said that you had some questions over perhaps the revisions that I made to your version, and I'm happy to answer those as well.
Okay, so if I may ask my questions first. So this one is more for the superintendent. I do have a senior at Chaparral High School. So there was a senior parent meeting held at Chaparral High School with the principal. And so I was telling Mr. Dempsey is that after I left from that meeting, there was, I must use the word, a contradiction, because at that meeting, it was understood that if you owe any fees, you could still walk the stage. However, you cannot get your diploma because after the ceremony, the kids go get their diploma somewhere up there, right? Or is it that day? Do they get their diploma that day or no?
I'm getting head shakes. Mr. Wogermuth can guide us here a little bit. I thought it was a later date, but.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, all the graduation diplomas for the kids, again, that typically have cleared fees and fines, are available on that day. Some of the schools give them in the jacket when they cross the stage. Others receive the diplomas when they go up the stairs to the concourse before they go out to the crowd.
No, and the reason, thank you for that clarification. The reason I'm asking is that meeting that I went to, it was stated that, what I understood is that kids can, in fact, cross the stage, be part of the graduation ceremony, but you just won't get your diploma until you pay. And so what I'm saying, that is totally a contradiction to the current policy, because the current policy does state on the second bullet, on the original graduation exercises, the students may not participate in the commencement exercises unless they have successfully completed the requirements for graduation and paid all fees, fines, and charges due. So I guess that's more of a question to you, Mr. Dempsey and Mr. Wogermuth, because I was in that meeting and that was my understanding that, hey, even if you don't pay everything, the only penalty is that you don't get your diploma, but the policy says otherwise. And so I'm like, at this point, it's been communicated this, and so we're going to have problems if we've got kids that haven't paid.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, thank you for clarifying that. I now see where you're coming from. I can't give you an answer to that right now, but I'd be happy to maybe speak to all of the individual high school principals in consultation with Mr. Dempsey about those procedures that we're using relative to this policy. That's what I can share now, but thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Okay, and that I wanted to bring it up, I guess, to Ms. De Santiago and to the board members that, as is written currently, then they can't cross if they owe money, and do we want to keep that or not?
Well, Madam President, board members, what I would say is, just because of timing, likely this graduation class will be keeping it. Now, if next year we feel like there needs to be a change there, and it sounds to me what you pointed out is we need to look at our practices. Sounds like our practice wasn't aligned to our policy, so we want to fix that. And then I do think somewhere we should have a conversation of what, and we would run all this through legal, what is acceptable to hold or keep out of a student from participating versus a transcript. There might be a legal question there in that.
No, and I totally agree with you, and it's just like I wanted to give you, obviously, giving you a heads up is in case parents come to you that, because, I'm one of that cafeteria was packed, and that's what I understood, that our students at Chaparral High School can participate even if they owe money, but they just can't receive their diploma. But anyways.
Madam President, I probably could pretty easily, Mr. Wogermuth and I could pretty easily fix that, because really what we need to do is notify our parents and current seniors and administrators that this is the policy.
Okay. I guess my other question, and I wanted to give clarification, I don't want to take credit for the do's and don'ts. Again, because I attended the senior parent meeting that came straight from Principal Lopez's, and I was there, I have the documentation, and then I also did tell Mr. Dempsey when we were approving the agenda if I could reach out to both ladies to get an electronic copy. Ms. Legareta was the one to respond, and so honestly, I didn't get a chance there to compare them, but just from memory, they pretty much look the same. And so, I don't want to take credit for that. That came straight out of that document for the public to know. And so with that being said, you had mentioned, Ms. De Santiago, are you recommending to add something to the do's and don'ts about flags?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, I think that what we have to recognize here is that anything that we do allow Once we allow one version of it, we have to allow any other version of it. If we're talking about GISD extracurricular logos and all of the items that are listed there, showing appreciation to a family, honoring a loved one, recognizing a university and a branch of the military that you will be attending, I think those are fairly neutral because you can allow anything across the board. Inspirational quotes at the very bottom is a little bit concerning to me because what is inspirational to one person may not be inspirational to another. And I think that category might be broad. I realize that most of your students are not going to try to be offensive. They're going to try to follow all the don'ts on the other side. But again, when we're talking about free speech, once you open that category of free speech and you allow something as general as inspirational quotes, then you've allowed quite a large category. So if you're gonna adopt this policy, I would say you remove the inspirational quotes, and then everything else, everything that is not on this do list is an automatic don't, which means that the flags would be there. Now, that could be a controversial issue in your district where a Mexican flag is going to be quite prevalent because of your location and the individuals who, that's who we are in that part of the state. And so if you specifically say no flags, then that itself is going to be a target point. But if you don't say it, you might still have a target point. That's why this issue is so complicated and so difficult, and why so many districts simply don't open the door to begin with. So that's my job here, is to give you the pros and cons on each side, and ultimately for you to decide, or for you to turn to the superintendent and say, you create this agreement, you and your staff decide based on what's happening within your schools at this moment. But it merits a conversation, President Flux.
So what would be the difference then, Ms. De Santiago, to why we remove this table and, like current practice is obviously there's, I'm not sure about ST, Santa Teresa High School, but for sure Gadsden High School and Chaparral have these graduation contracts, agreements with parents or the guardians and the kids. So if we were to remove this and just put it like it is in the contracts, would that be okay or no?
Yeah, absolutely, Madam President and members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. If you were to create a policy that said, we're removing this do's and don'ts table entirely, and we are requiring the superintendent and his administrative leaders to essentially turn these do's and don'ts lists into something that is encompassed in the agreement, then what you're doing is essentially creating a regulation, right? This board has the authority to create the policy, and then the regulation, which is the implementation piece, is then done by the superintendent. Then these things would be included in that agreement. I just want to point out that what I did on the don'ts category, the reason you see all of the red there is not necessarily because you didn't outline the correct items, but instead, all I did was take the exact language of another portion of your policy and put it here. Because then your administrators and your superintendent, they're used to the language in the other portion of the policy. They know what this language means. So when it comes to enforcing it in this particular context, they already have a series of decisions that they've made. They already know what an obscene logo or slogan is and how they'd have addressed it. So rather than create new language for purposes of your policy, I took your existing policy language and moved it into this location. So that's how your don'ts category was created. But your policy could, for example, only have the do side and keep everything else on the other side off. And what that will do to your policy is it will say, you are allowed to do X, Y, Z, And anything that is not XYZ is an automatic no. Because one of the benefits of doing it that way is that you can never, when you're creating this kind of policy, you can never anticipate everything that is going to come down the road, what the next trend is going to be, what the next issue is going to be. And if you instead of including a don'ts list, and you still want to include this issue in a policy, and you only include the do's, you're going to limit the declarations to these 4 things, then everything that is not here is automatically removed. And that gives your admin even greater ability to ensure that whatever declaration is on the student's cap or otherwise on their regalia is appropriate for the circumstances.
So let me see if I understood you. So what it sounds like you're recommending is removing the don'ts, but keeping the do's?
Yeah, if you, Madam President, members of the board, superintendent, if you feel strongly that you want to have a policy that specifically addresses the graduation cap declarations, then what you would do is then you would take this revised policy, IKFB, and then just eliminate the don'ts portion and just leave the do portion there.
Okay. And then I think I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
The next question is actually underneath the charts of the do's and don'ts.
Okay.
And so it's about honor stolls and cords. So it
Correct.
says honor stole, well, what I wrote was honor stolls, cords only, honor stolls or honor cords issued by GISD recognized school organizations or extracurricular activities may be worn during the graduation ceremony. So I do have a question to Ms. Superintendent Dempsey and possibly Mr. Wagamuth, is clarification on, I guess, the history of how does the district, or how has the district determined, what are the cords and stolls that are supposed to be worn? And the reason I'm asking is because, I've been told, or I've heard that it has to be academic. And so I guess I'm gonna say, for lack of a better, my argument is like, what does it mean to be academic? Why can't because we also have, I guess my argument is, we do have also, for example, these kids that came up here, you've got FCCLA, you got TSA, you got BPA. Are those more, sounds weird, more better? Is that better than a kid who participates in an extracurricular activity, like, I'm just making it up, like drones or whatever is after school through our NMSU or partnership, and especially if those kids have been committed to like 4 years of whatever club it is. That's why I put extracurricular activity. Does somebody who is in TSA, is that better than the kid that's flying the drone for 4 years? So like what's the history of who decided what that meant? And also, one of the kids here is my son, and he's on TSA. And when he went to competition, I did notice all the kids, because I went to the words, him and everybody was given a cord from TSA. So even what I wrote, I'm like, am I going to contradict myself? Because that actually was not issued by Gadsden. That was issued or gifted by TSA. So then do I need to change some of the words here? Because, he mentioned that his sponsor would give him another one. So I'm like, so can he wear both or not? Or what are we doing?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, that's a great question, and I'll do my best to give you a quick summary. So typically, anything having to do with the regalia being worn at graduation is described in the graduation agreement. My experience working with this team here and being assistant principal many years before, over time, there has been requests to have additional cords and stoles, to recognize the different things kids are doing. I think from the perspective of we had a point there where everybody wanted to wear a stole, but then it became, I've done 7 things, now I'm wearing 7 stoles, and, you know, I don't know if that's getting recognition. So that's why we kind of transitioned some of the things to cords, because you can wear multiple cords and not literally have them slide off during graduation. I think the only feedback I can give you on why certain things were chosen, we wanted to recognize CTSOs. I think when assistant principal, that thing came up, right? CTSOs, recognizing the career tech work that kids were doing outside of, just an NHS stole or something like that. But there is whenever you are allowing a graduation regalia, you want to be thoughtful about having the most clear and objective criteria that you can have so the kids know what they need to do to earn it. And oftentimes when you're deciding that as a campus team, you want to be careful that's something that you can track and be fair about. And so, participation in those CTSOs, we turn in membership rosters and reports, those are pretty clear. So I think it becomes a discussion of the campus, and also can we set a criteria that is clear. And so that's the best history I can give you. I can tell you from 7-8 years ago, when I guess when my first year as assistant principal to now, I think the principal teams have done a good job in looking at what are some different types of cords we can have kids wear that represent different things that kids are doing. So really trying to figure out how, the best way to say is, how can we kind of spread graduation regalia opportunities that will hit the largest slice of the school, so most all the kids can have an opportunity to earn something. I think that's kind of the goal, without going overboard and somebody has 12 and I can't keep track of was it the right 12. So I don't know if that makes sense, but
No,
that's kind of the framework.
And I appreciate, because, you know what, I mean, when it's not, everybody's going to get a cord, no, tampoco. But, I see it as, I think you said it like, if we establish criteria, the principals establish criteria for earning these cords, I like the idea are better the cords than the sashes, because multiples are going to fall off and we're, fixing them. That would be awesome, because it gives the incoming freshmen, for this upcoming academic year, hey, something to work towards. Granted, it is just a piece of whatever it is made out of, but, kids take great pride in those things. Even when you grow up, if you leave your bedroom the way it was, there's the parents with the trophies and the cords. It's just sentimental memories of anything. So, it's like in elementary. It's crazy how kids will do almost anything that's appropriate for a sticker. So it's like the same idea, I think, that it provides our high school kids an opportunity that, hey, and also maybe an opportunity to entice them, to join these after-school clubs, activities that, hey, at the end, you're going to receive this cord and, you're going to stand out, And it doesn't mean that if you don't get them either, you're no less, it's, you're graduating, so, okay. Thank you. And then I guess my other question would be, in the original format that I had written, where's my original one? The last, I guess second to last little paragraph, it's not even a paragraph, well, it's 2 sentences, but anyways, I had originally put, the campus administration shall develop annually a graduation agreement, and then I see Ms. De Santiago that it was, I'm gonna say you just changed it to the superintendent shall. I was trying to honor the principals from the last time that they approached the board, giving that, and I'm not gonna call it local control, because local control is of the board. That opportunity for them to, now that we've stated, if it's the will of the board to accept this policy, that, they still have that, I don't even know what the word is, opportunity to run their graduation exercise.
Yeah, I do understand that. After I sent this version to you, I also sent a copy to Superintendent Dempsey. And I realized that this entire paragraph here actually comes from the proposals that were included in A, B, C, maybe I have my numbers wrong, B, C, and D.
Correct.
So I understand now, I didn't, when I originally put my edits here, I understand now why you would want to leave this with the original language that was in B, C, and D, and I recognize that that's what you were trying to do. My comments here were only to be sure that you as a board, as a whole, recognize that you couldn't otherwise direct the work of the campus administrators, but in retrospect, I would take back my edits and say that the version of this paragraph that is in B, C, and D is absolutely acceptable now that I understand the context from which it was created.
Okay, awesome, because that's my way of honoring the request
I
of
understand.
our administrators.
Yes, Madam President, I do understand that, and I appreciate that now, and I think that's an excellent compromise between the versions.
Okay, that's all for me, so I open the floor to my colleagues.
Ms. De Santiago?
Yes, sir.
Board Member Lira, and I have a question. You mentioned on the case that that's on Denver, correct?
Yes, well, it's in Garfield County, somewhere in Denver, somewhere in Colorado, that's all I know.
Yeah, I found it. And I don't know if this is allowed, Mr. Dempsey, but I found an article on Justia, and it's an opinion, and where it states that, and obviously this is an opinion, it went through courts, but it is through an opinion, it is a flawed opinion, and I would like to send you this article just for future reference, and
Sure.
that way you as a legal counsel can give me your opinion on and dissect this case a little bit more, and that is just for my knowledge and to see how you present us cases that may be flawed or may not be flawed. Let me read something from this case, and it basically states why is it flawed. On this school's policy, it states that, and as you stated, that caps could, that you want to avoid what's controversial or what's not. And it reads what the policy on the school is, that they do allow the flags of the roster of nations for United Nations. But in United Nations, it includes North Korea, Iran, China, Russia, Israel, and a host of other countries whose policies are very controversial. Palestine and Vatican City are also arguably recognized by the UN and given their status as permanent non-member observers. Indeed, Bach adverted to at least 3 flags that would be offensive to people because of what they represent in the past and current history. And yet, assuming those 3 unnamed countries are recognized by the United Nations, which almost certainly in the case, students are free to wear those country flags on the graduation mortarboards by the very terms of the school written policies. That's already on the policy. Does Grand Valley endorse the policies of all government whose flag students have been allowed every year to depict on motherboards? And I'm going to summarize it because actually this is a very interesting article, and it breaks down the whole case, right? So even something seemingly as simple as a university Grand Valley High if a student is planning to attend Bob Jones University, a place notorious for practicing racial discrimination and so signifies on his cap, does Grand Valley really affirmatively endorses that decision, and would reasonably observers so conclude? I'm going to send it to you because you need to read it, and I would like your opinion on this article.
Yes, Mr. Lita, I actually, Member Lita, members of the board, I actually agree with you 100%. That's why when I introduced this discussion, I talked about the fact that this is opening the door to a lot of other issues that you may or may not have considered, right? I talked about maybe political affiliations and the flags and how flying a Palestine flag or an Israel flag right now could be problematic. But you're right. If I were to take anything from this Garfield case, the reason that I brought it before you is simply because it is the latest case addressing graduation regalia, and it does have the standard language about the student's free speech. But if I were to take anything about this case to say that I would recommend, it would be that that aside from the flag of countries, there are 4 things that they were allowed to do in this case, which the court upheld. Ultimately, because the court upheld this decision, this is the current law in the 10th Circuit. And Gadsden sits within New Mexico, which is covered by the 10th Circuit. So this is your current law. So the 4 things that are here that would not be controversial would be to thank a parent, a grandparent, a teacher, or a friend, to recognize the university where you will be attending, although you just raised, Member Lita, how even that could be controversial. Your graduation year, or the branch of the military where you will be joining. And sometimes even the branch of the military that you will be joining, if we were to think about whether or not there's a draft in place or something were to happen and there's a potential war, that might even in itself be controversial, which is why when I introduced this topic for each of you for your consideration, I let you know you're opening the door. And if you do open the door, you want to create some objective, neutral, race neutral, gender neutral, idea neutral requirements for the graduation regalia that you will be allowing. So you are taking an important step to allow students to express some free speech, but you cannot open the door entirely widely because of all of the concerns, Member Lita, that you just spoke about that are probably listed in that article, and for which I agree with you 100%. I look forward to hearing, to reading that article, and if you don't have my email, I can send you an email after this so you can send it to me as well.
Thank you. It's a very good article. So let me ask you something. Has Gadsden already opened that door by some schools allowing the cap and gowns to be to get the decorations done? Has that already been open?
Member Lita, President Flores, Superintendent Dempsey, yes, in fact, the door has already been opened. If someone is not allowed in those schools where decorations are already allowed, if someone is not allowed to put something on their cap and there are no other written requirements, and I will qualify what I'm saying with this. I have not seen the agreement that students sign. So to the extent that the agreement that student signs appropriately constrains the type of decoration that is allowed on the cap, then perhaps the door hasn't been open as wide as maybe this policy would do, because I haven't seen the agreement. But to the extent that you're having this discussion now, the door is cracked, because it's cracked open because some decorations are allowed at some level.
Mr. Dempsey, have you had any issues that you're aware of in the decorations of caps? And I know that legal is here to protect us and to give us what could happen, right? But with that said, what have you seen with the caps that have with the previous years of caps in other schools? What issues have arisen out of that?
Madam President, board members, Member Lita, and you got to keep in mind that here in Gadsden, we've only done this a couple years, right? This was kind of, as we've reviewed, we kind of came out of pandemic, felt like, and this was really a me initiative, meaning I felt like our kids who went through the pandemic lost a lot, right? They didn't go to prom. They didn't go to school, right? So I wanted to try to give them something special with the idea that when we got out of the pandemic and we had a quote-unquote normal school year, which that could be probably a questionable term, legal, tell me about that, we would return to pre-pandemic guidelines, if you will. What we tried to establish, what was great about, though, the process, and some of you were here, I had a group of students help me design the process. And really, they did the legwork. That do's and don'ts list the kids created. The seniors that year created that. And I just reviewed it with them, and we worked on a little bit of language. We did a couple virtual meetings, and that's how that do's and don't list got created. The process, though, was that a student had to decorate their cap, turn it into the administration or get it approved, if you will. That's what it was. It's not turn it in, it's get it approved. And I even the first year had them take a picture of it, so it didn't get changed between the time it was approved and then the day of the ceremony. And then they process. So I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not aware of any problems that we've had at this point. So I think I've tried to answer it. No problems at this point that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
I believe you wanted to speak, Ms. Murillo. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, Ms. Roxy. So for me, from what I'm hearing pretty much from today and the last meetings, is damn if you do, damn if you don't. Because if you, as an outsider, right, you are limiting freedom of speech for one school, right, versus the other ones. So you're already there, opening the door for legal because you're silencing a student, right? Number two, I have seen one school having stalls with the Mexican and the U.S. flag. I lived in Mexico. I was raised that it's illegal in Mexico because I lived there to wear the Mexican flag at all. So then I know the U.S. allows that, but I don't agree with it, right? So I can be offended, and so now I'm opening the door because I am seeing that publicly, right? And then we see the LGBTQ. So I'm just giving you examples of things that I'm seeing in one school, and then another school doesn't have the stalls, but then I have seen kids wearing a flag, right? I think it was Puerto Rico, maybe. I don't remember, but I saw that last year from another school, right? And then I see this one school specifically with nothing. Looks beautiful with nothing, right? So then where's the balance? What is that? Because honestly, I like the current graduation exercises, right? You give local control to the teacher, to the principals, but then where's the balance where everybody can get to show their freedom of speech? Because I'm giving you examples of things that I'm seeing as an individual, whether I'm a board member or not. So if I can come and sue because, hey, I'm seeing this in this school, but then I'm not seeing in this school, but then I'm not seeing an opportunity in another school whatsoever. It's a no period, right?
Member Murillo, President Flores, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. The distinction between your schools could be legally defensible if you can prove that there is a restriction that is reasonably related to a legitimate educational concern. Now, I want to go back to what I said at the very beginning. Graduation is not a private event where the students have all of their freedom of speech, that they can demonstrate anything that they want. In fact, what graduation is it's a highly controlled environment in which the school itself can be held responsible for the promotion of the speech that occurs within that environment. If you look at the language of that situation, it's actually called school-sponsored speech. So it's not, Member Murillo, that students are being restricted from exercising their free speech because in this context, they don't have it unless it is opened for them. And the distinction between the different high schools can be acceptable if it's explained by a reasonably related and legitimate educational purpose. Now, I can't explain as I sit here, but not because there's not an actual reason. I cannot tell you that there's a valid explanation for the different districts, the different schools within one district allowing different levels of decoration or no decoration at all. That really comes down to your local administrator's control and whether or not they believe that they have a legitimate restriction, a legitimate educational reason for those concerns that would limit that speech. But it's not that these students have free speech. In this context, this would also actually be school-sponsored speech because of the nature of the activity. So if I may, as you guys are considering these options, I want to just tell you how you can make this decision. You have A, B, C, D, E, and F in front of you, and E and F are really the same thing. It's just one is redlined so you can see what I took in and out. You as the board have in front of you an opportunity to create a policy. If you like part of A or part of B or part of C, and you want to put them together, that is absolutely your authority. And under third read tonight, what you have the ability to do is go through line by line, which may be the best way for you guys to get this done, is just open up one of these policies, and probably E or F would be the best one to do, and have it put up on the screen and go line by line. Do we accept this paragraph, yes or no? Do we accept this paragraph, yes or no? Do we want to change a word in this paragraph, yes or no? So for example, if we're talking about, the word changing commencement to graduation, what do you guys feel is better? So you can go through word by word, line by line, and address whether or not you want to leave anything if you did not want to come back for a third read. So it might be a good opportunity for you guys to do that tonight. That way, even if you come back for a third read, that way we can hear me as I try to help you work through this issue, and superintendent and the administrators in the room, and each of you can hear each other express the concerns that you think need to be incorporated into your policy, because you have to remember this is your policy. So as you guys are considering this, if there are no other questions, one of the things that I would recommend is that you just go through this proposed policy, and because the policy E and F are the longest, and otherwise incorporate most of the stuff from the prior policies except for the voting provision and the date provision, which we can discuss at the end, it may make good sense for you to review it line by line.
Can we have it projected?
Mr. Snowdy, can you project proposal E on the screen?
Yeah,
It would be the
clean one,
clean.
the
It would
clean
be,
one.
I'm sorry, proposal E clean.
Ms. Santiago, so then I can go ahead and read it, and then when we discuss, and then you can help us, okay?
Yeah, we can go paragraph by paragraph or line by line, depending on how much needs to be discussed. And I know that this is you guys already have a long meeting, and this may feel long, but it might be worth it to take this opportunity and get it done at a third read instead of coming back for another meeting.
Okay, so here we go. So proposal E clean, participation in graduation exercises. The Gadsden Independent School District School Board holds the belief that earning a diploma from public schools is not just a personal achievement, but also a contribution to the betterment of the community. Hence, the board aims to honor this accomplishment through publicly celebrated graduation ceremonies. These ceremonies will be held for students who have fulfilled the graduation requirements set by both the New Mexico Public Education Department and the Gadsden Independent School District. So what do we think? Did you, yes? Okay, so that's good.
No concerns on that one, okay.
Okay, good. Moving on to the next one. Rules for participation in high school graduation exercises. Participation in high school graduation exercises is encouraged, but is not compulsory. However, since these exercises require planning, rehearsals, and appropriate conduct, the following rules shall apply. Bullet 1, students who wish to participate in graduation must be present at the graduation rehearsals. Failure to do so, except for legitimate reasons for absence, may be cause for excluding students from participating in the exercises. Sí or no? Mr. Castillo?
Madam President, so last meeting I asked the principals which one they like, right? They like proposal A. Are we gonna go through all of E? Is this what we're planning on doing? I mean, is this what we're planning on voting for?
So
I mean,
that's
because we can go through all of them, right? Word for word. But I mean, we're going through E because this is what we were going after? Why are we going word for word on proposal E?
So from what my understanding is what Ms. De Santiago is saying is so that we have the opportunity to either disagree or agree or disagree to what is written, or with the possibility, Ms. Roxy, of also editing, or can you?
So, President Flores, Member Carrillo, what we can do now is you have the other proposals in front of you. And if I'm not mistaken, this language that we just reviewed is in some version of the prior proposals. Not all of it. Certainly as we get further down, the language is not there. It's new language. But this language about participating in rehearsals, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm looking for my other copy right now, and superintendent can certainly speak up and to this issue, but I believe that one paragraph that we just reviewed is already in the prior proposals. So to the extent that you have a concern about the language not being there or not being included, this is the time where you can remove it because you want to go back to the prior proposal.
Did you have a comment, Mr. Lira?
Ms. De Santiago, could we just, pretty much take a vote each one and avoid the reading and just take it? That way it's fair. If it's not if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Member Lita, you can make a motion at any time.
On each.
I'm not here to keep you from making a motion. I'm just trying to help you to facilitate the conversation. But if you don't think that the read through the E and F is required, absolutely, you can make a motion right now.
On that, okay. I think that's what we should do. And just for clarification on this topic itself, I'm going to send you another article on a federal appeals court that has revived a First Amendment lawsuit brought by a Native American student who alleges she was barred from attending her high school graduation ceremony because of a sacred feather that she had added to her cap, and that's already on the district on Court of Appeals 9. So maybe you can give us some information on that and what proceeds on that, because I think that's going to be a very important case.
That the Ninth Circuit doesn't apply where we're at, but I am happy to look at that case as well.
Okay, thank you. Because
go ahead.
Thank you,
Madam President. Can I make, since Mr. Lita suggested we, make a motion and vote, can I make a comment? Ms. Santiago, I'm sure you're aware that, the reason we're here at this point, right? Administrator, a school didn't qualify, or whatever words we want to use, and so then they're not being allowed at this moment to decorate their caps. So we're making policy to fix that. But, to your point here where you said on the comment in that paragraph, the board has no authority to direct anyone other than the superintendent. By us making this policy, or voting on this policy to reverse somebody else's decision, right? With that, we're in essence, we're gonna vote to undo whatever this administrator did, right? And to your point, we're opening up ourselves to then now anybody, is gonna come and say, well, you did that for them, you need to do a policy for us, correct?
Yeah, you raise a very difficult issue, Member Castillo. I am aware of all of the discussion that has occurred. I've had conversations with President Flores, and I've had conversations with Superintendent Dempsey, trying to understand all of the sides that are present here. You are opening the door to other constituencies coming forward and saying we want X, Y, and Z, but that door is always open. That's what you're elected to do. Exactly. And that's your job, essentially. And so while this particular issue has become more controversial than other issues, perhaps, I don't know if controversial is the right word or not, but has taken up more of your time than other issues, it is true that by engaging in this discussion, you then do give the impression, and perhaps rightly so, because this is what you do as policy, that other individuals can come before you and ask for other policy revisions. I will remind you as a board that it is your duty on an annual basis to review every single one of your policies, not just when issues come forward or with individuals come forward with an issue.
Mr. Lira, did you have a comment?
Just to I guess, a thought, adding to what Ms. De Santiago said, I believe that, yeah, this is what we got elected to do. If we open the door for 100 cases to come in, then it's gonna be 100 votes that we're gonna have to take. And if it passes, it passes, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, that's the responsibility that we have. And we knew that we were gonna have to take some tough decisions. And I mean, if I signed up here to rubber stamp everything, I mean, you can just send me through email everything, and I can just okay it and go from there. I mean, so I think that at least for me, I think there's been many discussions. I would like to make a motion to approve as is proposal E, starting this year for 2023. 2023, 2024. Would that be the right motion?
Ms. De Santiago, can you help us?
Yeah, what I understood, Member Lita's motion is to approve proposal E with an amendment essentially to what is written to include that it's active this year. So it's pending on the floor. It needs a second, and then either discussion or a vote.
So I can request a discussion then. I would like to
discuss. We need a second before we have a discussion.
That what?
Second. You need a second.
So I second that motion. And now the floor is open for discussion. So help me out if I mess up, Ms. Santiago, but obviously I wrote proposal E, so I'm in favor of V. However, I would like to make the changes as suggested by Council De Santiago to remove the don'ts on the chart, and then to reinstate, which was language from the original proposals that would state, instead of the superintendent shall develop annually, that it be the campus administration shall develop.
Understood. So, Madam President and Member Alita, what that means is that although you've received a second, you now have a request for a friendly amendment. And you get to decide, Member Lita, if you will accept the amendment as proposed by President Flores, or whether or not you would like a vote on your original motion without the amendments.
Okay, and that I just, one more thing for discussion.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. So underneath these charts is that bullet that says honor stolls cords, only honor stolls or honor cords issued by GISD. Am I locking us that they have to be issued or bought by GISD, that they can't, like, for example, that TSA they can't wear TSA, so how do we fix that?
Honor cords or stolls issued by GISD, you could add a line that says, or GISD affiliated organizations, and that would allow you to include any activity that that students participate in as a result of being students at GISD and where those organizations are affiliated. What you don't want to do is allow students to bring in any stole that is not GISD affiliated or issued, because that is a wide open door.
Okay, so by us editing it and amending it and saying issued by GISD or GISD affiliation, it'll assure us that kids cannot just bring whatever they want.
That's how I understand it. And I don't know, member Lita or anyone else, if you feel that the word affiliation is not correct, or perhaps superintendent, if there's a different word than affiliation that would be more appropriate for the organizations that work in concert with GISD.
Yeah, comments, sir, or no?
I'm not, Madam President. Ms. Santiago, can you repeat that? I'm not sure I heard all of it.
Sure. So I understand President Flores' concerns to be that there are organizations that are not necessarily GISD organizations themselves or entities, but that those organizations work with students that are at the high school, and that those organizations issue cords. So the question is whether or not the cords from those organizations that are officially affiliated with the high school can also be worn.
Madam President, board members, I think I understand the intent there is to recognize cords and stoles from an affiliate organization like NMSU, DACC. Excuse me. So
Yes.
Yeah, I think I get that. I feel like I understand that component.
Okay. So that's it for me, Mr. Lira, that your motion, I agree with your motion with making the amendments to removing the don'ts from the chart, adding verbiage of or GISD affiliations, and then changing that blurb from the superintendent to the campus administrators. And Roxy, as our legal counsel, you're going to help us.
Sure. So then, Member Lita, the question is whether or not you accept those amendments to your motion and or not. Up to you.
So do you accept?
I accept the motion.
You accept the amendments to your motion. Perfect.
The amendment, I'm sorry. I accept the amended motion.
Yeah. So now we have a motion that's been amended by President Flores, and we can either have additional discussion or you can call the vote, President.
Okay, so the floor is open for additional dialogue, comments. Mrs. Murillo.
I don't have a comment, but I would like to ask Mr. Wolgamut, since he's sitting across, to see what he thinks about this, if he thinks that we should add something or we should take something out, since administrators left. If you can maybe speak on their behalf.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, referring to a couple of areas here, based on what I've learned tonight, I agree obviously with removing the don'ts. I do understand, Ms. Flores, about the affiliated organizations, though my general concern about that statement is how we define affiliation. Does that make sense? That can sort of, like you mentioned TSA. Well, they're affiliated with us. We pay some membership dues, but they're not a GIS organization. So I just think that definition of affiliated, we don't want to let that get too wide, right? We don't want somebody to come back and say, well, we're GIS affiliated, and then you're kind of getting a little bit beyond maybe what the intention is. So that's just a thought there. I think on the dues, based on what I've learned this evening, the recommendation I would give there is maybe to consider not including the inspirational quotes and sayings, because that does leave to what I've learned this evening, the less we leave up to interpretation, the more defined we have the door open, and then we can really clearly define for the families what we need. So from there, I think that would be my input on the do's and the don't portion of the policy, and also my feedback on behalf of the administrators regarding the honor shows and courts. If you're asking me as the secondary director and my experience as high school principal, my suggestion would be to not edit the bullet that you're recommending with affiliate organizations, and just rely on us issuing it and working with the campus principals to say, hey, is this an organization you work with? Would you issue a court on their behalf? And I think our campus has done a pretty good job in doing that. So I would recommend, not including that, and really working with principals to trust that that we're reaching out and we're saying, hey, this is a group wants to give a thing. Hey, we'll buy that as a district and we'll issue it, right? Because then by us buying it and issuing it, we're ultimately responsible for that, as Ms. Roxy was saying, the school-sponsored speech. So everything we're allowing the school-sponsored speech, so we want to be careful that we didn't get this affiliation thing kind of wrong. If we buy it and we give it to them, we made that decision. A principal signed it, everybody signed it, and so we can be firm that we made a good selection regarding school-sponsored speech. And I've learned a lot this evening on how to contextualize this. So that'd be just my feedback.
No, I appreciate your feedback. Thank you for the reminder of removing the inspirational quotes. Just some questions, Ms. Santiago, on Mr. Walgama's statements. So I guess where I'm struggling is, for example, and it's not, whether it's TSA, FFCLLA, whatever it is, those organizations, I think, give the kids these cords. And I would hate to, by not putting affiliations, that they can't wear these cords. And is it going to guarantee that the district is going to buy or issue our version of that when it's already, why are we going to make the expensive? It's already given by them.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, I understand, I completely understand what you're saying on that. But on the converse, there's the risk of, because you're having some of these, they're called CTSOs, Career Technical Student Organizations at the state level that are giving out these cords, and you're having some that are giving them and some that aren't, right? So the TSA group has decided, hey, they want to assign this cord, and others are not. So again, if you could consider leaving that at the discretion of the district, we could make sure, hey, we're doing CTSOs, let's make sure we as a district get them for as many as we can as possible. And they do publish online, in your example, TSA or FFA or whatever, they do publish online what cords they should be. So when the district, like my time as principal, when we started doing cords at Santa Teresa and other campuses did too, we made sure we went online and bought a TSA cord at the proper colors, because of the cords and the weave means different things. So we made sure we bought that specific one to match what the organization would have given them. And most organizations a few years ago weren't giving them. So again, I see where you're coming from, but that one kind of ooh, I don't want to get caught in that weird affiliation thing. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have a good
so
answer.
Let me hear. So, and I Mr. Dempsey, you're very good with money, and and I'm thinking, I'm just gonna say, I don't want our district in the event, TSA is a classic example, because that's the only thing I know at this time, is they obviously received the cord, and those are the colors. So if we were to remove affiliation, the district can say, hey, that is the correct cord, and we're not gonna make an expense, Mr. Dempsey, if it's already been given to the, does that make sense? Even though it hasn't been, I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Madam President, members of the board, if I may, it could be as easy as adding GISD approved affiliates and allow the approval to be done by your administrative teams. And that would solve perhaps your concern if you just add approved affiliates.
Okay.
That makes sense, Ms. Santiago. Okay. Okay. We're gonna
So just as a reminder for the board about where we're at, given the comments, the question is whether or not someone wants to make another amendment to remove the inspirational quotes provision under the dues category.
Okay, so I believe what Ms. Santiago said is that somebody else on the board, or somebody needs to make.
If they want to.
They what?
If they want to. You don't have to. I'm just saying, based on the comments, that was the other thing that came up.
If one of us wants to make the motion to remove inspirational quotes saying the floor is open.
It would be, Madam President, members of the board, another amendment to Member Lea's motion.
So I would like to make myself an amendment to remove the last bullet of inspirational quotes sayings, which doesn't mean that you can't put one, but it protects us from, like you said, Ms. de Santiago, somebody putting something from, yeah.
Correct. So then now it goes back to Member Lita to determine whether or not he would accept that amendment to his motion.
So do you accept that amendment, sir, Mr. Lita?
Amendment accepted.
Okay.
All right.
We're,
and I am tracking these, so I'll be able to send them back to you in your revised version tomorrow.
Okay. So now we can continue for a discussion, or we can take a roll call, correct?
It's up to you, Madam President. Okay. Yes, correct.
So fellow board members, would you like to continue discussing, or would you like to take a vote?
Vote.
Okay, Mr. Lita says vote. Mr. Castillo?
I vote nay, opposed.
Ms. Rodriguez, do you want to vote? No, I'm not saying to vote like now. I'm saying, do we, I'm not asking for a vote. Oh, I'm already, okay. You're asking for a vote, you're asking them if they want to vote. Oh, okay, awesome, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so Mr. Castillo votes no?
No.
Ms. Rodriguez? No. Mr. Lira said,
Yes.
I say aye. Ms. Murillo?
Aye.
Okay, so that is 3-2, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to assist you tonight. I hope that you'll have a good night. I will drop off at this point.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Have a good evening, ma'am.
Welcome. Good night.
Thank you. Where's my?
Just a quick question, President. If I need more information from legal, how would do I request it through you?
Yes.
And it's just send you an email of the specific things that I'm requesting?
Correct.
And then you send her the link that I want to send her? Just so she can send me the...
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Discussion item, we only have one. Discussion item 11A, Gadsden Middle School Asbestos Project. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Vela is going to help us with this item.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. This item is for the Gadsden Middle School Asbestos Abatement Project. The scope of work is just to remove and dispose all the asbestos before the demolition of the building. We had a pre-bid meeting on April the 9th at the school, and then the bids are due in April 30th, 2024, and at 2 p.m. At the same time, the bids are going to be open at that time. And our intention is to come back to you for action on the school board of May 7. Do you have any questions?
Questions, comments, or concerns for Ms. Vela? I did want to make a comment. I was talking to Mr. Dempsey, is that I have been, because I don't think I've said this in public, I was reached out by some individuals that did attend Gadsden Junior High when it was Gadsden Junior High, and so they requested, would it be possible to reminisce one last time, walk the hallways before abatement occurs, because once abatement occurs, we cannot walk the hallways, and so is that a possibility? And if you could talk a little bit what your thoughts are, sir.
Madam President, board members, we absolutely can arrange that. I've talked to Ms. Cadena. What we'll try to do is use it as an opportunity to advertise the new middle school and let people walk through and get an opportunity to see that. And then that will probably be here in May. And then as soon as you mentioned, as soon as abatement begins, will be, obviously, all personnel will be removed.
Okay, I thank you for the opportunity, and I'll be in communication with these individuals. And hopefully we can also share this opportunity on our social media platforms so that individuals can go and reminisce the hallways. Thank you. If there's no further questions, comments, or concerns. Okay, thank you, Ms. Vela.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our upcoming board meetings and events. I'm not going to read them to you, but they are listed there. I just remind us that the first one on there is the Teacher of the Year. If you didn't respond to Mr. Sapian had sent out a Google form asking us what we would like to eat, or I think, and then it was also asking us if we're bringing a guest. The deadline has passed, but I guess talk to Mr. Dempsey to see if that form is still open. But we were supposed to respond and let him know if we were okay with the dish and if we were bringing a guest.
Madam President, board members, I can check to see if that's, what's going to be determined is have they already done the food orders?
Yeah, so just, big. So anyways, yeah, and then the rest is as listed. And then now moving forward to item 13, closed session. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session, limited personnel matters pursuant to 10-15-1 H-2 of the Open Meetings Act, NMSA 1978 as amended for superintendent and associate superintendent's report on employees on administrative leave with pay, employee grievances, employee issues, and superintendent evaluation.
Mr. Castillo has made a motion that we enter into closed session. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Mr. Castillo?
Aye.
Ms. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Lira?
Aye.
Ms. Murillo?
Aye.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Aye. Okay, that vote is unanimous. We are now in closed session. Thank you, folks, for joining us. To those of you who are still here in person, thank you so much for hanging in there. Have a good evening, be safe, and thank you to the public that's watching. Thank you.